Hi, welcome. Nex-oz here. And today, we're back to Witch on the Holy Night story. I know it's been a very, very long time since I've done this. Just let me post this one on Twitter. I get the feeling that we're getting close to the second half of the story. Who knows? But yeah. So, personal story about myself. I think it's coming through a time where I need to do some independence. To be reliant on myself. It's just... It's always running in my mind that if only I could go back in time. If only I could go back in time and stop setting this like I'll do it later. And I've wasted too much time. Too much time. And then it comes closer now that I need to be independent, financially independent of myself. I mean, I do enjoy doing this a lot, and I want to keep doing it. I mean, I really do appreciate the 680 subscribers that are willing to stick with me to this ride. Stick with me with all my ramblings, and for you to actually enjoy this good for nothing person just streaming and playing games or reading visual novels, play gacha games. It's getting really rough on me. It's just like in my mental. I know this is just ridiculous rambling of me, but it's just... It gives me a feeling that, like, I'm at the end of my life for me. It's like, I'm at the end of the world. Yeah, and I almost feel like I don't have any other options left to go. Like, I don't want myself to be called spoiled, it's just... I'm trying to do the best as I can. I'm trying. Because I want to do this. And I'm willing to go forth on this direction. With little time as I have. And to enjoy this as with all the time I have. And it's just... I always keep dragging my family down. Just like the #1 burden to them. Yeah, and I just hate myself for that. The #1 loser, the #1 good for nothing, the #1 depressed person in the entire world. You know, it also reminds me of that French streamer that sadly died. And they died while sleeping. And for coincidence, he also has... He also shares the same name as mine, Raphael. It's like the exact same name. It's so frustrating that the authorities would just turn a blind eye on this poor man's death, even when it was on stream. Like, it is sickening. It is utterly bullshit. I don't know, it's just... There's this dreaded feeling in the back of my head that I preferably want to die in my sleep. Quietly. Painlessly. But I don't think it's that simple. But I just can't bring myself there. But with little time I have, I'll do whatever I can to make the best of it. I mean, there's still more exciting games that I want to play. I want to draw some more characters of Nex-oz and his story. So much things I want to do. If only I got the effort to just push it. So yeah, I'm going to push it as much as I can. By finishing this story, which on the Holy Night. Who knows, maybe there is some extras there. But I'm sure nobody would bother hear me this depressed rambling. It's just... I just want to get this out. But hey. Just want to enjoy the story. Go into my escapism. As little as I can. With little mentality I got. Witch on the Holy Night. Part 2. So apparently it's a field full of light blue flowers. Also finished the manga of Cherry's Love is 8 meters tall. Oh, it's Beowulf. The Golden Locks. It's a very neat story. Although it's kind of underwhelming that they... Well, spoiler alert. That the MC and FMC got together at the final chapter. Although I would want to see some more of their dates and more of their lovey-dovey moments. I'm sure it was like before they were dating, but I wanted to see after. Excuse me. But they did bring some nice fan service of the giantess. Like the big boobs and all. I really like it. I love it. I do love their work. I mean the artist's work. I'm pretty sure it's a she. Mitsusawa Sensei's work. So yeah. Enjoyed the manga. Been putting that out for months now. The golden wolf's ears stood pointed, twitching in response to the sounds around it. You know, at first I thought Beowulf looks more like a lion than a wolf, because with its mane and all. Its meal finished, it curled up into a ball in anticipation of nap time, and yawned, half from boredom. Strange from a phantasmal beast, couldn't he just... Like, I don't know. It's a familiar, right? Couldn't Toko just, like, go into its non-summon form, like it's... I mean, does it need to be, like, tangent? To be tangible at all times? Like, can't Toko just, like, call him off and then summon him at any time? Or maybe because the magical energy was, like, so abundant that she couldn't call her off and make her disappear for some energy time, and that he needs to be remained tangible at all times. Like, I don't get it. I mean, I do know that's like a servant thing, that some or most servants can go into spirit form to conserve energy. But I'm guessing this phantasmal beast isn't like a servant, so guess not. Ah yes, the abandoned schoolhouse. The old abandoned classroom had fulfilled its purpose many moons ago. For a month, the wolf had spent his time resting on the top of a heap of disheveled desks. Slightly polished, too. Strangely. No dust. There's even reflections of the windows. His name was Liu Beil. He was a purebred werewolf, named after the sun at his birthplace, and a hero of legend upon leaving there. Oh, we're doing a backstory on Beowulf. It goes without saying he was not from this country. He came from a land deep within the European wilderness, surrounded by mountains and forests. His homeland was a realm no human had ever set foot in. In their isolated world forgotten by time, a diminishing race of werewolves lived in peace. This was where Beowulf first appeared. In a cave on the outskirts of their village, the werewolves found a child bearing the same golden coat as their ancestors. Oh yeah, forgot to recap the last story. Last time, Alco and Alice got mangled up from Beowulf, and Alco was having it worse. Even from first aid medical care, but miraculously, she recovered. Despite her torso being shredded. Ugh, it's like quite the gruesome description. But yeah, they already left without Sojiro. And then Sojiro was at a confession booth, wondering what to do. And then the father had a talk to Sojiro, like similar to a confession. And so Sojiro decided to leave just to see Aoko one last time before just be at their business, whether she lives or dies, as long as he get to see her one last time, something like that. The child was sleeping soundly, as if in his natural habitat. The village welcomed their new member with open arms. Oh, really? 2,000 years of advancing civilization have been cruel to them. As the forests were destroyed, valleys unearthed, waters polluted, the werewolf birthright dwindled. Like in werewolves specifically, or just wolf? Just like dog wolf? They were now facing one birth a decade. The child's golden coat, deviating from the typical gray or white, and shared only by their ancestors who were treated as gods, felt like a sign their prayers had been answered. A bloodline and a trophy. The werewolves were forced to embrace change. This radiant child at least temporarily made them forget about their troubles. Alas, as time passed, their hopes turned to disappointment. The golden wolf was not their salvation. For some reason, Lu, that ray of golden sun, remained a child. Decades passed, and he still did not grow. You know, this really is calling out to me, huh? Forever young, mortal, cursed. He searched the village for his birth mother, but to no avail. He searched the village for someone who understood his plight, but to no avail. Over hundreds of years, he came to realize something. He was different, very different. Neither male nor female. Neither strong nor weak. Ignorant of life and death, and fear. Joy and fear. That thing's a spirit, born of nature. Might look like us werewolves, but don't let that fool you. But the child himself needed not conjecture her to know his own true nature. He was perfect, and therefore he was alone. To the golden wolf, the world was too small. And for me, time is too small. That was why. Indeed, that was the very reason. He wanted to know what life was. He wanted to know loss. If he was all-powerful, he wanted to know the mystery behind his all-powerfulness. Because as it was, his existence was meaningless. The golden wolf was at a loss, as were the werewolves around him. They revered him, but at the same time wanted nothing to do with him. Lu moved back to the cave he was discovered in, and resigned himself to a life of seclusion. Lugo. Lugo. Ah, so that's Toko. And then one day, a quirky mage visited the village. That hip line is crazy. From his place on top of the rubble, Bayo peered into the hallway. Oh, so Toko is like visiting her pet? He thought his fussy master was busy dealing with Misaki City's ley lines, but she was so engrossed in making traps. 1 month passed since they made the dilapidated building their makeshift workshop. Creating a new trap for intruders became a daily pursuit of Toko's. Other creatures? He's concerned about them, even though they never cared about him. Having been like this since birth, knowing neither infancy nor dotage, he thought differently than others. For he was perfect from the day he was born. Never declining, never improving. As such, he had no comprehension of weakness. Childlike, fickle, and without morals, he had no concept of good and bad, as either a human or a wolf. A beautiful creature disconnected from the world around him. He was on top of all other creatures. Ah yes, the alpha wolf. With one exception, his master, Toko Awazaki. She showed him a sparkling, delicious world. Above all, he found her scent refreshing. To him, the world was divided into what was cool and what was not. Their preference in leisure pursuits were of no consequence to him, and he never took gender into account. Yet calls himself he. Yet it calls Beowulf he. The only thing that mattered to him was whether a person's life was logical, and therefore cool. As in, like, cool as in kakui. Toko Aozaki had her faults, but she smelled good. Wrong much? Weird much? Some crazy hip line there. I wonder if that green coat is like tight fitted. No, she's not wearing glasses. Little boy na. Bayo's master entered the classroom, presumably done with her traps for the day. Sometimes like now, she would nag him, but on the whole, his master pleased him. In reality, the contract binding her to him was not particularly powerful. If he wanted to, he could tear her to pieces at any time. No human could restrain him. However, he had no intention of killing Toko in exchange for his freedom. And there was a reason for this. Oh really now? In order to move about freely in human society, he needed someone like her. As long as she did not offend him, he had no reason to rock the boat. However... Oh, hello, Conqueror and viewer. To whoever is watching this. I hope you enjoy yourself. I hope you enjoy your time. Whatever the case. The promise she made him in this cave and the reality of their situation had begun to come apart as at the seams. Oh really now? The most powerful mystic? He was compliant up to now, but his patience was wearing thin. The fight with the newest magician last night was an enormous letdown. Is he referring to Aoko? Aozaki Aoko? His master's expression turned serious. No agreement after Wolf's question, though, for she had already asked herself the same and many other similar questions. So she's not willing to use it, even though in a near-death experience. Well, I guess Aozaki is stubborn. That it must be too terrifying to use, Toko finished in her head. She stopped short of voicing it and chuckled at her emotional outburst. Oh, so she is referring to Aoko. I guess it's just the limited boundaries of a mage. With those words, Bayo's master walked out of the room, emphasizing that his role in all of this was to face Aoko only at that very moment. The bored look in his eyes shifted. He recalled the taste of that girl. Oh. Okay, I guess we're getting descriptive of his appetite. His long tongue sliding over his chainsaw-like fangs. Make no mistake, he would finish his meal. He was the oldest werewolf, the golden god of the forest. For as long as he could remember, no. From the moment he appeared, he had been the most powerful creature of all. Ah yes. Of all world? Of all history? All man-made mystics were trash before him. Magecraft was laughable, and even mystics, artificial miracles, were futile. Their very existence was an insult to him. Oh really, what about servants? That was the extent of their pact. Once he had dealt with this so-called true magic, he was free. Guess the price of freedom is heavy. His eyes burned with the wolf inside of him, his fanged maw twisting into a sadistic, beastly grin. And then it's nighttime. The showdown of the story. It was just past 7 p.m. Misaki High School's old building stood silent. The light from the city reached the area. Forest and mountains kept the area hushed. Oh yeah, this is the part. Oh yeah. There was that golden hair kid. And that redhead guy? I forgot his name already. Was it Akira or something? And then Sojiro witnessed it. But then decided to leave like it wasn't important. Guess he was important in the story after all. Nothing unusual. During winter vacation, the old building, now still covered in yesterday's snow, was rarely used. Without signs of life, such unused structures were mere mountains of what once was. Nothing more. The old school building would remain that way until the start of the new semester. Behind it, the vast forest grew darker by the minute. If the building had died in just under 2 weeks of vacation, what had become of forest over the years? The wall of overgrown trees filtered out the noise of the city and most of the moonlight. An otherworldly realm had taken root, not even 2 miles away from town. Piercing the cold night air, footsteps crunched through the powdery snow. I'm guessing it's Aoko's. And Alice. Not this. Apparently not. At least that's what Toko would think they might be thinking. Aoko not wearing a coat? Yeah, I don't think it'd work. The sound of their footsteps stopped in unison. Oh, are they at the front door? The old, forgotten Misaki High School building stood before them. What used to be the schoolyard was now a barren snowscape. They even got telephone poles over there. Isn't Misaki outside of the countryside? Almost. I mean, sure, there's like urban towns and all, but seems like a urban-based version of a countryside hybrid. Reclaimed by the forest, the building looked a shell of its former self. The surrounding trees resembled standing mourners at a funeral. Oh. So she was waiting for them at the allotted time. Although she's here right now, so she already expected them to be early. Nice diamond stockings. Alone in the middle of the white altar was the lone, scarred red mage. As she came out from the forest, Aoko lowered herself slightly, scowling at her distant target. To her, Alice stood motionless. Oh, the typical sibling rivalry. The bare branches of the trees cast a long, thorny shadows. Aoko was reminded of Sleeping Beauty. Except this mage wasn't nearly as pleasant as the princess in that. Yeah, to my understanding, Sleeping Beauty did not have a... Like in the Grim Tale, did not have a good end. Practically all Grim Fairy Tales don't have happy endings. Most of them, I believe. Not to mention she wasn't sleeping, and there was no prince. Regardless, this princess came out of her schoolhouse castle to greet her challengers. Ooh, what a compliment of calling Toko a princess. But she knew they'd be coming. Really? Really? She really think of that after she called her beast just to mangle her? Toko grinned faintly. Some sarcasm there. Aoko fought back the urge to respond. He's really hitting that pose, huh? Meanwhile, Alice stood in silence, uninterested in sibling rivalry. Oh, it's exactly like sibling... I just said a sibling rivalry. Family feud. Toko stood about 100 feet away. With their senses sharpened through magecraft and the silence of the forest, they could hear each other perfectly. The golden wolf was nowhere to be seen, obviously. Toko faced the two girls alone. Like that'd be an advantage. Alice's black overcoat and winter hat were typical items of clothing for a mage battle. A few paces in front of her was Aoko, whose combat garb was comparatively out of place. A Misaki High School uniform. That's her combat outfit? Just the school uniform? Why, did she like the aesthetic so much of it? She had asked Alice to bring a change of clothes for her, but there must have been some misunderstanding. Oh, wrong choice of clothing. Though it was a trivial miscommunication, Toko seemed to think it had some special meaning. Oh, is she gonna ask about her school uniform? Of course she's gonna call out that. Of course she's gonna call that out. It's the only clothing I have before I die. Toko spoke clearly, and despite the distance, was able to communicate her deep-seated scorn without trouble. Last shred of embarrassment before with a high chance of dying. Aoko would rather attack than engage in small talk, but she decided to take the bait. 4 times?
私はまだ現役だからそれも悪くはないかもしれないけどいつか流行るでしょこういうのも
I mean, your fashion isn't so bad. I mean, you are going to... I mean, she does realize she's gonna fight... that she'll be fighting to the death, right? Aoko was sure to emphasize her words. Sarcastic as it is. For a split second, Toko's eyes narrowed. Oof.
それはどうも人形を実の妹に見立てる異常者にそう言われるなら一周回って安心よ
I wonder if this is the actual height different. The actual height. I mean, I guess this is like the duality between the older and younger sister. With that, the two fell silent and glared at each other. Radiance blue. Their bloodlust cut through the thick, cold air like a knife. While the two of them sized each other up, Alice surveyed the area around Toko. There was no indication of anyone or anything was lying in wait near her. Perhaps she should see if the werewolf was still in the old school building. Maybe Toko didn't feel like Aoko and Alice were much of a threat in their injured state. Or was she really not expecting a counterattack so easily, so the werewolf wasn't ready? After some contemplation, Alice surmised it was the former. The former. What was the former? Okay, so it was like... Okay, she's just underestimating them. Their injured state, they got no chance of winning, so on. She really was going to fight alone. Her arsenal comprised her mystic eyes and rune magecraft. That was more than enough to deal with Aoko and Alice in their current state. Ah, rune magecraft. I assume that's the traps she set up? Alice. All I need is one shot. Oh. Is she mentally synchronizing her? Aoko signaled to Alice behind her with a movement of her finger. Alice had no objections. The original plan was for her to keep the werewolf busy. With a mirror as a backup, Aoko was hoping to catch Toko off guard. They had a few other cards up their sleeves, but the fact remained that as mages, their attacks wouldn't affect the werewolf. So they decided to ignore it and focus on taking out Toko. Even though there would be a werewolf at bay. Not the best strategy, but it was all the two of them could come up with. The only chance, but they had been thrown a curveball. Toko had the upper hand, so she was reluctant to use the beast. Aoko wasn't about to let this opportunity go to waste. By distracting her with sibling banter, she would sell things before the werewolf even showed up. I mean, if that were possible.
じゃあ、今度はこっちの番ね。どう？結界の張り直しは進んでる？
まさか、昨日の今日よ。まだ手をつけてもいない。せいてはことをし損じる。
I wonder if she's just playing dumb.
だいたい、私の目的は霊脈の奥にあるもので、結界そのものじゃない。張り直しは予定にないさ。まあ、
Really now?
土地を暴くなんて面倒な真似をするより、お前を暴いた方が早いのかもしれないが。
やっぱりそれが目的だったのね。ならなおのこと、あんたを魔法使いにするわけにはいかないわ。
Aoko's blue eyes burned brightly with a fiery fighting spirit. Even though her sister was ready to pounce, Toko remained motionless before her mouth, which twisted into a smirk.
魔法使いか。確かにまだ執着はあるね。
Oh, is she gonna take true magic from her?
私には移植されなかった魔術刻印と青崎の伝える魔法の正体。だがもういいよ。惜しくはあるが、到達すればどちらも自分で用意できる。それとも、今ここで私のために魔法の正体を見せてくれるのかい？青子。
Does she even know how to use it? Toko's words came out flatly, but her eyes mocked her sister. It was true, however, that if Aoko wanted to defeat Toko, her best chance would be to use this mysterious true magic. But that would be falling for the bait on Beowulf, right? Wouldn't it? The only problem was that she couldn't. If she could, she would have used it to avoid being mauled last night. Aoko Aozaki couldn't use true magic. Oh. Toko believed she needed to fulfill some kind of condition. The protection their grandfather placed onto formulae was to prohibit miracles from being easily realized. However, that wasn't because he was concerned about the human world. It was no exaggeration to say he'd feel nothing if magic leveled the entire city. The truth was, true magic never had any conditions. Aoko was being held back by trauma. Ah, so PTSD. These 5 privileges. The only powers of their kind. or bound by cognitive seals. That's why Toko looked down on her naive little sister. So weak, a body incapable of handling magic could be cut down with a mere sword. Oko knew that better than anyone else, which is why she couldn't forgive her sister's ridicule. Just try using true magic, huh? A pathetic taunt. If that was how she wanted to play, then so be it. You're actually gonna take the bait?
ええ、お望みとあらばね。
Is she actually gonna use it? With a burst of pure rage, Aoko made her move. Her colorless shoes spread across the untainted snowfield. She's actually gonna run at her? With no plan at all? Wouldn't she expect that there would be traps in front of her? Like a stone skipping across the water. As Aoko charged forward, she disappeared. Only her footprints advanced, like bullet holes in the snow. Toko held her ground. Concealment was elementary magecraft. More than likely, the power came from one of Alice's trinkets. It was a simple yet effective countermeasure to Mystic Eyes. Toko's Mystic Eyes used the lock property to bind an opponent. It did not have the logo's property to discern truth through illusion. Once the magecraft's workings were revealed, its weakness was exposed. In a mere 4 seconds, her opponent had closed 10 yards and was still speeding up. It appeared that she had given up on a mage battle and was going to move in for melee. The other girl, Alice Kuonji, didn't take a single step.
アリスからご筆ももらっているのでしょうけど、反省なさい、青子。切り札というものはあくまで自己の力によるものを言うの。
Is that how a trump card is? Literally a trump card from your own deck as the actual card itself? I mean, I know this is like the analogy, a metaphor. Sneering, Toko raised her left arm, holding it out in front of her threateningly. 10 more yards. Unfortunately, her footprints gave away her position. Yeah, not surprising. Toko began engraving a rune into the air, but before she could finish, Aoko's footprints stopped. She was still too far away for close combat. What a strange place to end her attack. No way. Could she really stop so suddenly at that speed? Toko made a snap decision. She quickly raised her outstretched arm towards the sky as if saluting the moon. Eesh! Flames tore through the air. The rune carved into the body above her, bathing it in a pillar of flames. No eternal resistance spell could help. Rather than simply burning their target, the runes wrapped them in the wreath of flame. Illusion? Yep, illusion. The assailant screamed, falling onto the snow-covered ground. In agony, she extended a burning hand out from the hellish fire, as if begging for mercy. It was the stuff of nightmares. The snow melted as the fire burned the attacker alive. The movement was far too theatrical to be Aoko. Toko had already turned her gaze to Alice. She hadn't been watching the burning corpse at all. Toko knew it wasn't Aoko from the moment the body fell to the ground. Ah yes, it was a clone. Irritated. Guess she took the bait. Irritated, Toko glared at Alice. While Aoko had vanished into thin air, she hadn't moved at all. Blue energy traced a circle around where she stood. It was forced to forth. 4-bar grand magecraft mobilizing her magic crest. Toko only had single action runes. No, she hadn't mastered anything above 2 bars to begin with. This torrent of energy was too much to handle. The rune formed in the magic circle. Aim-wise, the rune of withdrawal was evoked and Aoko's concealment was undone, allowing Toko to utilize her mystic eyes. Well, within her open pupil, the infinitely mirrored eyes captured their target in one endless hell. But the mage's sight was literally split in two. The space in front of Aoko distorted, obscuring her form like an icy mist. If Toko's eye was like openly opposing mirrors, then this was like sticking a one-way mirror at the triangulation point. With her vision split in two, she couldn't lock onto Aoko.
御水の鏡の効果よ、トウコさん。青子は鏡の Y 字路の奥にいる。一本道から見ているあなたに中心は見渡せない。
Is it really okay to explain your abilities to an enemy? Alice explained without concern. Due to the herb Toko made Alice swallow, she was still unable to use her own magecraft. Wait, the herb? However, she could use... Oh, right. Can't use her own magecraft. She could use ploys already in motion without using magical energy, such as the mansion's mirror and the aimless little boo bird. Alright! She was... Oh yeah, there was that one time she kissed her. Finally, the magic bullet was loaded. Husha! Raising her right arm to reveal her luminescent crest, Aoko took aim at her target 100 feet ahead. Magical energy coursed through her gun barrel arm. From the moment she had received Alice's invisibility, Aoko had begun chanting her magecraft. It took Toko a few seconds to notice. Seems like the rotary cannon reminds me of some... The rotary barrel reminds me of something. It's like some uneven spinning top. Aoko produced more spins in the awakened magic circuits than she had ever done before. She readied not snap nor draw. Instead, she advanced past her third process, a compression of magical energy, magic blow. If she fired the blue ether that gathered before her, it would fly with a force of 10 tons. Using her magic crest to multiply the energy and machine gun her target, it was enough power to demolish even the old building behind her. Aoko stared intensely at her sister ready to fire. Toko had no time to counterattack, or even the speed to evade. In fact, she didn't even imply she knew that better than anyone. Acceptance filled her eyes, not fear. Aoko didn't hesitate. She squeezed the trigger on her right hand. The last word came out like a scream. Under the impact of the ether, the surrounding snow melted and flew around. Ooh, that is one compressed, powerful magic bullet. D. Toko was engulfed in dirt. Which one is it? Snow dirt? Although I doubt it's over. No way she could have survived Aoko's magic bullet. It contained every bit of Aoko's magical energy she could muster. So you're saying that was a one-off? You never had a contingency plan? Viewing the chaos, Aoko confirmed her victory. And yet somehow, she felt bitter. But then, yeah, she's not that easy to die. Choosing to deal with the torrent of magical energy she swallowed up later. Toko tutted at Aoko's childness. Her disappointment was so deep it bordered on despair.
学ぶにしては遅すぎたが、まあ聞いておけ青子。切り札というものは先に出した方の負けなんだよ。
Yeah. Yeah, I figured she'd survive that. Her voice cold and aloof, she was completely unscathed. The mage stood in the snowfield, not a single speck of dirt on her overcoat. Just before the bullet reached Toko, she deflected it with magical energy of the same level. Oh, did she now? Well, they're fucked. Alko could only stare at the scene before her. The negation of her magecraft had shocked her, though. Leaf-like objects floated behind her sister. Alko stared like she was living a nightmare. Countless mage crests poured out from Toko's back. It all happened in an instant. The magic bullet approaching like a tsunami, Toko lightly snapped her fingers, causing a stream of letters to rush out from behind her. Letters? They look like flowers to me. Text became art. Golden flowers bloomed. There must have been hundreds. All sorts of magecraft from even beyond Western Europe. Oh, is this Eastern magic? The kind normally carved into the flesh of a mage. The kind Aozaki Toko shouldn't possess. The kind only followers of those schools should know. Blossoming magic crests, brighter than the moon. Oh, is that its name? Inscribed in the air, they formed a totem pole, a guardian beast to protect Toko. Well, that's that.
まあこういうわけだ。と、まあこういうわけだ。
Well, so much for that.
レオだけに頼ってはいないことがよくわかったろ。
Toko's expression was steely, victory was in her grasp, and there was no room to rest on her laurels.
姿を隠したのは鏡の応用か。探知や隔離だけでなく、援護まで行えるとはね。三大のプロイには含まれないものの、汎用性の面で言えば、あれも破格のプロイだな。
持ち上げるじゃない。何？騙された負け惜しみ？
Even at the losing side.
何しろ今のバージョンは私とマインスターの合作だ。趣味に興じすぎてあれこれと機能を足してしまったと今更ながら悔いているところさ。
Oh, so that was her creation? Or like a collaborate that that collaborated with it?
その後、青子に見せかけて私に向かってきたのは例のコマドリ。それに気を取られている間の大規模な魔術の発動。
Yeah, despite that, she took the diversion.
私の魔眼はアリスが防ぎ、青子は攻撃だけに専念する。組み立ては悪くはない。よくやったと言っておくよ。
Wow, she's even complimenting them even though she's on a winning side. Toko recounted their strategy, sharing her impressions as she went. Aoko could not take her eyes off Toko's blooming magic crests. Only Alice was paying close attention to Toko's words.
しかし、それもここまでだ。惜しいな、青子。わずか2年であれだけの魔術を使えるのなら、あと数年もすれば一流の射手になっていただろうに。
Oh, she had the potential to be a world-class marksman. Toko snapped her fingers again. The floating crest began to glow more brightly.
Alice, あれは何?
Aoko whispered to Alice standing next to her as she held her hand. She could not risk turning around. The second she took her eye off to Toko, the fight would be over.
見ての通り、魔術刻印よ。信じられないけど。
Alice's voice was filled with shock and discomfort. Aoko shared Alice's statement. I'm guessing magic crests are a big thing. Magic crests were passed down through a family line and took unique forms. At heart, they were merely personalized inscriptions, and technically no different from grimoires. However, the reality was far different. Magecraft had no set form. Without a set shape, the ability to create mystics was itself flawed. To craft it into a form required an immeasurable investment of time and devotion. Magic crests were a crystallization of a family's desires and ambitions. and proof of a successor's lineage. So it's a unique lineage ability. Crests had no effects on their own, but they were the ultimate symbol of a family. If no mage was willing to imbue themselves with the crest, or lacked the resolve to merge with it, then the crest's meaning was lost. That was the key difference between a crest and a mere spellbook. Crest could not be shared, and imitating them was pointless. Because they only stood to reason then. Immensely unique magic crests. Oh, I'm getting drowsy. That even if the crest manifesting behind Toko belonged to someone else, only the original owner could benefit from them.
確かに私の魔弾はあの刻印からの魔術で弾かれた。あれはもしかすると。
Searching for answers, Aoko squinted her eyes as she glared at Toko. Almost representing an angel wings. She knew that copying a crest had no purpose. Only the original inheritor could invoke one. There was only one possible conclusion. That she took it from a dead mage corpse?
そう。肌に刻まず中空に浮かべてるのはそういうこと。
Oh, she murdered a mage, didn't she? I mean, it's typical for magicians, don't they? Aoko spat a curse at her sister. Toko nodded, pleased that her enemies quit wit.
ああ、この体には合わないのでな。私の背後の空間に固定している。
Ah, so a pseudo magic crest.
本当はね、お前たちのように肉に刻んだ方がいいんだ。魔術の起動が一動作で済むんだから。
Oh, and hers aren't.
だが実際に使用するのなら、こうするしかない。起動までの手順は一つ増えるが。何？マイナスばかりでもない。所詮は人事なんでね。痛みは全く感じない。
And it seemed neither physically nor mentally. Aoko knew her sister was inhuman. She never thought she would go this far. Okay, I'm gonna get some water. Okay, I'm back.
Hm. 合うわけないじゃない。他人の魔術刻印を剥がしてるんだから、血筋の称号からして馴染むはずがないわ。
Yeah. I assume that Magic Crest is like a one-trick pony. Can only be used one time.
奪われた連中は死ぬこともできず、今もどこかに生かされているわけだ。刻印の持ち主が死んだら起動すらできないものね、それ。
So they can't die while someone else is using it?
トウコさん、 あなた。
非難される覚えはないんだが、私はかかる火の粉を払っただけだよ。向こうから戦いを挑んできたんだから、戦利品ぐらいは用意してもらわないと。
Huh, so she basically kidnapped someone.
まあ、中にはつまらない単語を口にしたバカ者もいるが、それはそれだ。
What? Like, did they call you a whore or something?
むしろ優しいと思うけどね。私を殺しに来た連中をわざわざ生かしてあげてるんだから。
その魔術師たちがちゃんと人間の形をしてることを祈るわ。肉親として。
Does she?
お前ね、私を何だと思ってるんだ。脳だけ保存とか、面倒だから100人ひとまとめにした肉塊とか、そんな手抜きなんぞするものか。
Yeah, I don't think she's that
き
twisted.
ちんとカフェを用意して、食事も娯楽も睡眠も自由に提供してるんだぞ。中には一生ここで暮らしたいなんて騒ぎ立てるバカもいるぐらいだ。
Ooh! So, literally a sugar mommy. I'd like to live... Ooh, I'd like to live with her like that. Wish I could live like that. Toko's words were hardly believable, but it was clear her crests weren't copies. Alice's scowl deepened. What Toko had described had no discernible benefit in her mind. Why had she gone to the trouble of stealing other mages' crests? It would have been more efficient to break down the crests into components and make replicas. For a skilled puppet master like Toko, she could have made a much more powerful puppet with those crests. It would have made a pawn loyal to her every command at that, much more useful than any enslaved mage.
なんでそんなことを。そういう人なのよ、姉貴は。これで行くと決めたらそれしか目に入らない人なの。家庭より結果の人なの。ある日の話よ。テレビでピザの CM をやっててさ、私たちは唐突にあのデブ食を食べたくなった。
Okay.
でも悲しいかな。一般家庭であるうちにあったのはサラミだけ。
Damn, only had the pepperoni.
うちの実家、山奥にあるの知ってるでしょ。町まで行くのに1時間はかかる。中学1年だった私は我慢できなくて町まで行ったけど、ピザ屋
Damn.
なんか一軒もなくてとぼとぼ帰ったの。
Damn, she really want that pizza. It was the tragedy of living in the countryside. Misaki, which had only recently gotten a conveyor belt sushi restaurant, would not see a pizzeria for another 2 years. 2 years for a pizza? Oh.
なのに
Oh, did she got it?
骨折り損で家に帰ったら、姉貴のやつ、おかえりとか手を振ってピザ食べてやがった。
She's gloating at her.
おせんべいを下地にしてみたわとか言って。外見たら鳥3羽と牛1頭丸々消えてて、ああこの女には10日交換とか手間とかお金の問題とかそういうの一切頭にないんだって思い知らされたわ。
Damn. But why she had to sacrifice 3 chickens and 1 cow just for the sake of making pizza? Alice agreed that was pretty crazy.
そんな無茶なやつだからガンド打ちで目に見える傷跡を出そうなんて平気で考えるのよね。あんなのゲマトリア1節分の栄唱で同じ効果を出せるのに、あくまで呪術にこだわるから空も飛べない人形になるのよ、バカ兄貴。
Despite spouting her, she's just spouting at her, despite she's at a higher advantage. So obsessed with curses, she made a puppet that couldn't even fly. The thought of the puppet doppelganger made her blood boil. It was clear to Aoko now that Toko had done it on purpose to annoy her. Toko furrowed her eyebrows at Aoko's verbal assault. She had been stoic up until now, but speaking rudely about her prized puppet was crossing the line. Really? She gets angry about her puppets?
その人形に追い詰められたのはお前だったね。 それとゲマトリアはカバラの秘術だ。私はルーン専門だから、お前のように広く浅く知識を広める気はないよ。
She's just correcting her.
まあもっとも、この刻印の所有者の一人からケルトの結界を教わりはしたがね。
How did they now? Toko looked to the crest over her left shoulder. Its shrine was ever radiant, proving that its magecraft was active.
これは城で祖父を封じ込めるのに使っていてね。搬入汎用のドルイド層を閉じ込めたとまではいかないが、そうだな。私では郵便ポストぐらいの大きさが限界か。
Oh, well, if it's half yokai, then I guess being trapped in a gourd bottle would make sense.
ほら、昔お前が壊した赤いポスト。ちょうどあれぐらいの可愛い鳥小屋だよ。
The red mailbox? I think there was a red mailbox in this story. I don't know. Was there?
人間一人分をしまうには窮屈だろうが、祖父は肉体というより霊体に近い。見ようによってはそっちの方がふさわしいかもしれないね。
Wait, their grandfather was a half yokai? Toko stifled a sinister laugh, her explanation chilling. Huh, I guess that's worse compared to that other crush she borrowed. Like being a sugar mommy to them? Her cold veneers seemed to slip slightly when it came to her grandfather. Her smile betraying the long, festering hatred she clung to.
そういったわけでね。
She still clung to.
さっきの青子の魔術を防いだので、この刻印もしばらくは使用不能なんだ。今のが本当の魔法だったなら、わずか3行の刻印では打ち消せなかっただろうに。青子、お前は僅差で負けたんだ。恥じることはないよ。
Oh, at the end, she couldn't use true magic.
じゃあ、そろそろ終わりにしよう。抵抗をするのは自由だが、ベオ相手にそれは辛いぞ。
Oh, now she's gonna use Bayo. It wasn't the condition just to use Bayo against true magic, because she didn't use true magic. Toko snapped her fingers one more time. The golden werewolf was hiding in the old school building. The signal to him echoed eerily through the surrounding woods. Before the echo stopped, Toko shouted back at Alice. The order sounded like a reprimand, but Alice silently obeyed. Without hesitation, she left Aoko behind to handle Toko and made for the forest. If defeat was inevitable, it would be pointless for both of them to die. If one of them could survive, there could be a round 3. That was why Aoko decided to be the sacrificial pawn. She's really betting on that, huh? Aoko muttered bitterly to herself as Alice's feet crunched through the snow. Instead of cursing her own death, she cursed the fact she would not see Alice defeat Toko. For what else was there to curse except this? Alice disappeared into the forest. Feeling her fellow mage's presence fade, Aoko continued to glare at her sister. Speaking of waiting, the werewolf Toko had called was nowhere to be seen. It should have not taken him more than a few seconds to come flying out of the old school building. Oh, he's chasing Alice, huh? Her tone reeked of irony. Did she not thought this through of the possibility that this wolf would be chasing the one running instead of staying? The words traveled aimlessly across the schoolyard like a rambling announcement. Aoko stood frozen and You should have known that would happen! Everything Toko was saying seemed so far away from reality. What's the point in that? Aoko was done with being fooled, so she turned around. Moonlight shining off the fallen snow allowed her to see far into the forest. From the white darkness, a lone boy came into view, walking toward her. He could not have been any taller than Aoko's chest, but he carried Alice over his shoulder with ease. Wait, what? As if she was nothing, he tossed her body upward. She arched through the air for several feet before dropping headfirst before Aoko's eyes. Ah, damn! Her neck would snap on impact. Damn, mauled again for the second time. Even though she was wiser not to, Aoko reached out and caught her. Alice's light body weighed heavily as she fell into Aoko's arms. The stitches on her wounds tore. Dying Aoko's arms crimson. Aoko gritted her teeth, fighting the pain that shot through her body and the sensation of warm blood. Yeah, I'm guessing it's worse than her first experience. Alice did not respond, but Aoko could see she was at least conscious. The werewolf must have ambushed her right after she ran into the woods. Alice bled heavily for where the wolf tore her abdomen open last night, just like he had done to Aoko. Cursing her own carelessness, she gently lay Alice's body down. She set her sights on the blonde-haired boy, her new target. Oh wow. So that's the human form of Beowulf. Even in the face of Aoko's rage, he did not stop smirking. He stared back at the girls, eyes gleaming, twinkling with excitement at the brutality to come. The blonde hair and green eyes she saw last night, and his effeminate features now, seemed ethereal, like he had changed into a being from another planet. Toko's voice echoed from afar. Boy's grin broadened. Nobody could have expected what came next. What came next? Aoko rushed headfirst at the boy. You're gonna get yourself killed, girl! Faster than the robin decoy, she sped, blood dripping from both arms. Toko watched wide-eyed at the spectacle. Alice could only look on with vacant eyes as she lay helplessly on the ground. The werewolf boy was caught off guard by the prey becoming predator. Oh, is she gonna kick him? Aoko crossed a 20-foot gap in a second before planting a foot in the snow. It arrested her momentum and pivoted her body like a top. Even if she instantly understood what was coming, the boy wouldn't be able to dodge in time. Using the momentum from her sprint, she pushed her leg to the ground and sprang up. Is it really necessary for you to shout your intended target? Although it's kind of a nice angle, but still, with deadly timing, her roundhouse kick swung in a wide arc toward the boy's neck, sending an explosion of force to his brainstem. Damn. Ooh, she even wears black spats. Nice. It was an expert display of martial arts, strengthened by magical energy. Although I doubt that would put a dent on her. on the boy. She'd gotten the hang of close combat while fighting Togo's puppets. The filing kick was powerful enough to shatter a tree trunk. But his neck was no tree trunk at all. The boy did not move. Aoko's right shin connected firmly and stopped. Yeah. Shockwave rippled through his neck. It was the same feedback Aoko had felt when she destroyed the puppet. Even if he wasn't defeated, she had severely damaged his spine. She looked at him and, to confirm her kill, this boy simply stared back at her, not even bothering to twitch an eyebrow.
お姉さんの右足は確か髪切った方だ。それで首を狙ったのはすごいよね。女の人は本能的に自分の体をかばうものだってトウコさんは言ってたのに。
Oh no, Aoko!
けど残念。 せっかくの勇気も無駄でした。僕の体毛の質はこの姿でも変わらない。産毛だけでもお姉さんの蹴りを受け止めることはできる。
The only one hurt between the two was Aoko. The leg she had lodged in his neck was totally numb, like it had been chopped clean off with a hatchet.
それに少しだけ迷いがあったな。くっつけたばっかりの足だからかばったでしょ。
Please do not bite her leg. Please don't.
人間が僕の相手をするならそんなこと気にしちゃいけないのに。ああ、でも。
No. The boy smiled, basking in Naoko's shock and awe. She could not free her leg. No! No doubt, as soon as she regained her footing, he would tear her stomach open.
どっちにしろミンチだから気にしても仕方がないよね。
God damn it, boy. God damn it.
もったいない。せっかく治ったばかりなのに。
Aoko's was not sure, but felt like he had sunk his finger into the flesh of her right leg. Oh no! He was right about her leg. She barely had any feeling in it. Oh, it had been completely paralyzed after the last attack, and was now back in the same horrid state. Except this time, instead of being torn to pieces, it had been crushed to the bone. Her leg might have been numb, but just the look of it was enough to horrify her. The way it was crumpled. All that blood. Ew! Any normal person would have died from shock. As if thinking about someone else, Aoko considered how cruel magic crest could be.
あれ、まだ目が死んでない。あんまり苦しめたくないんだけど。
Ah.
考え物だよ。
The boy thrust his hand at Aoko's chest. Her consciousness flickered from the sudden pain of stake. No, a child's fists piercing her torso. The scenery flew by. Damn, she was just launched like that. She soared through the air, like a rag doll tossed away by a bored child. Just like Alice a moment ago, she tumbled through the air and hit the ground hard. Ugh. Her right leg was crushed. Her chest caved in. Oh, go. It was as if her heart had been scooped out of her chest. Each gasp of her breath left her wanting more. Was this what it was like to see stars? The terrifying part was the pain. It never let up. Desperately trying to suck in oxygen, she could still feel his fists. Leisurely, the boy strode across the snow toward Aoko's broken body, his red tongue gliding over his lips. He stared at his prey, who was desperately trying to breathe, his eyes filled with glee. No! Aoko bit down the temptation to drift away. Even though she could find no reason to fight on, the snow had broken her fall slightly, where death was all but certain. The fist-sized crater in her chest, and her mangled leg made sure of that. And Sojiro took all the effort just to save. Aw, man. Even though she knew she was a broken mess. Her magic crest frantically worked to resuscitate her heart. But why? Why isn't it working? The sight of Toko in distance was the only thing that kept her conscious. What she saw? What's she so surprised about? Her sister looked surprised for some reason. Like she was witnessing some strange phenomenon. That wasn't like her. Wondering what it was, Aoko tried to stay conscious. Is it Sojiro? Feebly trying to raise her head, she looked to where Toko was standing, staring. Why did she look like that when she was so close to victory? Clearly it can't be Sojiro, right? His heart was beating faster than normal. Yep, it's Sojiro, alright. The Sonoji. The fragmented and disturbing images kept returning, and he desperately pushed them to the back of his mind. They were thoughts that shook his resolve. He did his best to file them away into an unseen corner of his consciousness. I wonder if that breathing was from his running or just the thought of Aoko in the hospital. Right now, he could only focus on controlling his breathing and his exertion. Just stay calm, he repeated to himself. He had not stopped for a second since leaving the church, even without giving a thought to what he would do next. So many traffic lights. So many people. It was Christmas. There was no way he would find a taxi. Of course he wouldn't! Waiting for one was not an option. It was why he had put his trust in his legs. He dashed through the city streets. He had to find a shorter route than last night. Going after the old school building, I see. His heart was ready to jump out of his chest, pounding like a hammer against a fire bell. Yet despite knowing the danger, he decides to run. He had no intention of giving up yet, but he could not seem to calm himself down. In his precarious condition, even surrender seemed too great of an effort to spare. Visions of horrible outcomes flashed through his mind. No, calm. He needed to stay calm. That was his only weapon. He was painfully aware he was powerless. The best thing he could do was to keep his head on straight. And what good would that do? While he wrangled with his mind, his pulse seemed to quicken with every step. The forest was faintly lit by the moon. That was more than enough on such a bare mountain. He followed the two sets of footprints. Oh, the footprints was still there. Ahead lay a situation he had nothing to do with, just like at the amusement park. Even if you go, there's nothing you can do for them. The only effect her admonishing words had was to hasten his pace. He pushed the ground with his legs even harder, trying to leave his doubt in the kicked-up snow behind him. Of course he was powerless. The pain in his chest told him so. At best, he would be useless, and at the worst, he would be a liability. He recalled the binding spell placed on him at the church. It did not matter. His body told him he would regret being torn to pieces less than if he did nothing. Not once did his legs fail him as he ran through the woods. No, it felt as though his heart could at any moment. His weakness screamed at him from within. Just like back at the amusement park, he was beyond reason or circumstances now. Ultimately, I just want to help her. You know, it kind of reflects on Castoria's character. That's not her responsibility. Yet she still chose to do so. That was all he really desired. His heart pounded with vigor as he ran through the dark, wintry forest. Only one thing gnawed at his mind. Not concern for the girls, nor anger toward Toko. The red roses bursting forth from her limbs, screams of agony like childbirth. The harsh reality of something beautiful dying. The nightmare was tenacious. Never again. Never ever again did he want to see something like that again, if he could help it. Just ahead was the forest clearing. The moonlight shone on the old school building like a spotlight. Once again, those thoughts crept back. He could not bear seeing something like that again. That was why he ran. But if he had to face it a second time, how could he stay calm? With that thought in mind, he arrived at the clearing. Somehow, his frantic breathing, his rising and lowering shoulders stopped. No exhaustion, no inertia, just blankness, like his mind was frozen in time. This was the second time he felt like this. Yeah, but the nausea and dizziness from the first time, the pathetic whining of the last few weeks, All them blood, the doubts clouding his mind. They were all gone, displaced entirely from his mind by an even stronger emotion. His heart pounded with the force of a sledgehammer. It was a primal sound, loud enough to bring him to his senses. Sojiro, you mad motherfucker. Sojiro stepped into the clearing, letting out a deep but steady exhale. Although his eyes were locked with the blonde-haired boys, his concentration was focused inward. Be calm. Be calm. Every fiber of his being worked to control his breathing. The clearing told the story of Aoko and Alice's crushing defeat. Aoko was lying face up in the snow, her right leg bright red. Right leg bright red, that kind of rhymes, and crushed at the thigh. Her eyes were glazed over, but Sojiro could tell she was still bravely fighting. Judging by her spluttering, she had taken a hard blow to her chest or back. Sojiro deduced it was most likely both. Alice's injury seemed less serious than Aoko's, but she lay motionless on the ground nevertheless. She was lying across from Aoko, face down in the snow, arms out in front, as though pushing herself up was too painful. Before the old school building stood the figure of the maid she had seen before. Paying her no mind, Sojiro began to walk forward. "What are you gonna do? You're gonna get yourself killed, man!" Feeling calmer since arriving at the clearing, he advanced toward Aoko. Toko did nothing to stop him. No one noticed, but the faintest look of worry flickered in her eyes. The child werewolf spoke amicably, confident in his victory, and perhaps also eyeing up a new meal. Sojiro ignored him and kept walking toward Aoko. I knew it! This man just ignored the beast there. Like, I honestly don't give a shit about what you ask. The complete disregard wiped the smile from the boy's face. Still, Sojiro carried on. The beast's feelings were the last thing on his mind. Damn, this guy. Once he reached Aoko, he looked down at her with a pained expression on his face. Strangely, he was at a loss for words. After a slight hesitation, all he could manage to say was, like what? Are you okay? Oh yeah. Just to leave without saying goodbye. That's it. His awkward remark was half scolding and half affectionate. Yeah, he is an idiot. He is a baka. Despite the pain in her stomach, Aoko was able to throw an insult his way. His voice brightened, as if buying her bravado. The truth was that she barely had any strength to live. Had the strength to live. Despite that, Sojiro looked like he wanted to respond in his usual way. Something like, "Hora ne, Aozaki. Omae shindaku nai. Datte koroshitai yo." See, Aozaki, you're too tough to die, even when someone kills you. As soon as she tried to speak, she ran out of breath. Sojiro heard her loud and clear this time. He might have looked absent-minded, but he knew exactly how dangerous the situation was. Damn, the wistful eyes, the listless eyes. I think this is the first time I've ever seen Sojiro look like that. So sleep-deprived. He looks so... The face like someone got out of bed late. Aoko knew because his carefree-sounding words did not match his expressionless face. Before she could say doing, she coughed painfully. Sojiro pressed his fingers to his lips. and nodded. Aoko could not quite believe it, but looked as though Sojiro had gestured to her not speak.
だってほら、状況はあの時と一緒だ。君がやられたら、次はこっちの番なんだろう。だから協力をしに来たんじゃないか。
Just to end up in a body bag?
まあ、何もできないのも、あの時と変わってはいないんだけど。
Aoko did not know what to say. She could only look up at him, amazed and awed. The werewolf stared at them, visibly frustrated. After all, he believed himself to be the noblest of all creatures. Ignoring him was treason. Really now. He's just a human, not an animal. Punishable by death. Had Toko not been there, he would have sunk his teeth into Sojiro's neck by now. He was sure he had been intimidating enough. However, his prey did not show any signs of fear. It was hard to imagine, but maybe, just maybe, this guy did not view him as a threat. Nah, I think he just didn't care at all.
まあ誰でもいいんだけど、筋張った肉は歯ごたえがあっていいし、何より食い出がある。
Really? Isn't your primary objective is going against the true magic?
先にそのお兄さんから始めても構わないよね。
The boy wolf called out once again. Still not responding, Sojiro raised a hand to his nose. Cool, calm, and collected. Paying no mind to the boy, yet keeping an eye on him.
匂うな。
Just, well, yeah, there's blood. Everyone present was confused. No one seemed able to smell anything but him. Wait, nobody could smell? Smell what?
何が匂うっていうのかな、お兄さん。
Oh, is he gonna roast him? Bayo's voice retained its usual arrogance, but was tinged with impatience. The boy was unable to hide his irritation at being ignored. Finally, Sojiro turned to face the boy, just a short distance from him.
品のない肉の匂いがする。これだから犬は嫌いなんだ。
Oh, Sonoji! Oh, you actually said that! His voice was filled with disgust and contempt. Sojiro was mainly speaking to himself, but the werewolf boy had never felt so insulted. Even if that was not Sojiro's intent at all. Oh! Even if it was a misunderstanding! In a moment, the wind picked up, perhaps signaling a change in the werewolf's mood. A fiery gale whipped around, carving patterns in the snow. Sensing he was about to be killed, Aoko desperately tried to move, but her broken body would not respond. After hearing Sojiro's insult, Alice was unsuccessfully struggling to get her feet too. In complete contrast, Sojiro stood there, firmly and unfazed. The little blonde boy's well of patience had run dry.
そうか。要するに、僕が子供だからって舐めてるんだね。お兄さんは。
Wow, transformed like that. His time playing human was over. Ew, what a freakish look. Enraged, the boy transformed. He grew larger and larger, golden fur sprouting from his pale flesh. His mouth grew razor-sharp fangs. His hands grew claws. Oh, Sonoji, what are you gonna do? How are you going to handle this? You're gonna get yourself killed! Drawing from the magical energy in the air, he transformed into a predator natural beast. Predator. That's kind of a new word. A wolf in the shape of a human. Toko yelled at him, but the werewolf did not respond. He only huffed deep breaths of hot air. Did you really just turn into a wolf? Did you really just turn into a dog? He's not even scared at all. That was all Sojiro could say in response to the boy's metamorphosis. Such a transformation was the stuff of nightmares. What was worse, the beast now towered above him. It was enough to make anybody question reality itself. That's all he could say? Odoraita? I'm surprised. Seeing his prey's reaction satisfied the werewolf, and his maw twisted into a satisfied grin. He was a strange one, this guy, but meat was meat. However, the beast's arrogance was short-lived. The prey breathed a sigh of exasperation before speaking. You really are a dog! He compares Beowulf to any other dogs, like he's no different. Oh, Sonochi. Damn, he really said that. Even they're shocked. You could hear a pin drop even in the snow. Aoko, Alice, and Toko were all dumbfounded. Were they really seeing a human not just stare a werewolf down, but insult to its face? Yeah, I know! He just insulted him like he's just any other dog! He's not even surprised about the transformation, he's just surprised that he's just a dog. They simply cannot believe it! It was too late. Any trace of Wolf's pride or dignity faded away. The onlookers finally realized that the wolf was serious. Oh, she really liked the guy, huh? But Toko's command fell on deaf ears. The wolf prepared to lunge, his emerald eyes fixed on Sojiro, not 33 in front of him. 30 feet in front of him. A mere 30 feet. A half second was all he needed. Another half second to bring his claw down and slice his prey from head to toe. Oh, I thought the AC was on, since it's getting hot. Yeah, he just stares at him! A roar of joyous, unbridled fury echoed far and wide. It was the only warning the werewolf gave as he exploded towards Sojiro. 1 second. A golden blur swept forth in a furious gust, too fast for eyes to follow. In the face of unworldly speed, there was only one thing to do. Sojiro stepped forth! A silent shadow opposite the beastly silhouette of the incoming werewolf. He needed exactly 3 paces. Is that any different to 1 second? He bet his entire life on around 3 feet of distance. In the blink of an eye, death would be upon him. Yet, he did not show the slightest indication he intended to avoid the lunging behemoth. The wolf's forelegs slammed into the ground with earth-shaking fury. Damn, he's just ore farming now! His back muscles tensed up so much that he seemed barely contained in his frame as he swept a raised paw downward. Sojiro's small step neatly evaded the claws. But he had a different motive. He was merely positioning himself for the next move. He's literally aura farming! He's just watching his step. His intention was never to avoid anything. From the beginning, his mind was focused on but one thing. 1 point to aim for. 1 mind. 1 breath. He picked the perfect opening in the wolf's torso, the precise microsecond between contraction and relaxation. Damn, these writings! 1 point, 1 mind, 1 breath. These right? Is this the actual Japanese TL? That 1 point alone was the crack in the dam of life. And he locked in! He actually punched the beast! He actually punched the beast! He punched the werewolf in its chest with his feeble human strength. Ah! There was a dull thud and a burst of blood. I told you it was a bad idea, Sonoji! You mangled your arm like that! The twisted flesh and gore were all Sojiro's own. Yet it caught him off guard. The werewolf's raised claw convulsed. From an insignificant impact, the beast's body was the first to collapse, then his spirit. There was a moment of utter incomprehension. The wolf opened his jaws to try and pull air into his lungs. Gasping, he began to topple forward. The slender fingers still slipped around to his flank. And he's still spinning! The next blow pierced him like a spear. Damn, Sojiro! Even from a mangled arm, he's still moving! Ignoring his mangled left arm, the silhouette whirled around and drove his right elbow into collapsing werewolf's back. And he's sacrificing his elbow too? There was another muffled impact. The second strike penetrated to the exact same spot the first strike had, crushing the beast's heart. This time, the blood that flew into the air belonged to a gasping wolf. Oh my god! He downed the beast like that! The werewolf fell to the ground, choking on his own blood. He did not get up. He showed no sign of life. Oh my god, he actually... Just 2 hits! It was over. There was no remorse, no hesitation in that brief act of violence. The perfect, furious golden beast lay still. Felled in a mere 3 seconds. And by 2 hits! Oh my god! Do you think he actually killed the thing? No sane person would have bet on this outcome. Oh my god! It's like he's a different breed now. What in the world? This ain't Sonoji. His breathing calm, the victor stood over the fallen behemoth's body. Even as the beast lay crumpled in the snow, he could not grasp what had happened. And it only took 2 hits! One sacrifice of an arm and the elbow. His heart had ruptured, cutting the blood flow to his body and brain, leaving him helpless. That much he knew. If he were a normal creature, he would be dead. As it was, this was a trifling inconvenience. Once his heart was repaired, his body would heal as well. It was not as if he had been struck by magecraft exceeding his own mystical nature. This was a little different than a grazed knee. Which is what was so strange. Your heart does not stop from a grazed knee. The werewolf practically searched his memory. He managed to remember right up until the moment he raised his claws. But what had come after that? Given the right transformation, he knew he could withstand even a cannon blast. How had a puny human dropped him? Wait, before that, he had to figure out exactly what his opponent did to him. The moment he'd gotten close, yes, he had felt a small impact. The attack was so accurate that it probably affected his heart. Ridiculous. Even if that was possible, there was no way that alone could stop a werewolf's heart. In the end, no matter how much he thought about it, nothing added up. The answer was out of reach for a werewolf with no knowledge of being backed into a corner, let alone the limits of human skill. Only one thing is certain. He had lost. He tried to piece together the sequence of events. It's like Thesis and Minotaur. The explosion in his chest, the flash of white. After that, he was falling over, He took another blow to his back. That was the one that disrupted his heart.
ふざけてる。そんなことで僕が。
Could lose? Indeed. It was physically impossible. The boy gnashed his teeth and tensed his body in indignation at this unfair conclusion.
そうだ。こんなのは嘘だ。同族でだって僕を任せる奴はいなかった。こんな痛みもこんな事態も全部嘘だ。
You know, I'm kind of afraid that he might get up.
不合理に狂っている。だってこの僕が他の生き物に負けるはずが。
Damn, from a mere human at that. Enough thinking. He was ready. From the ground, he glared at his enemy to his side.
負けるはずが。
What's he gonna do now? The very next moment, an unknown type of pain coursed down his spine. It had eyes, cold eyes, staring and piercing. Oh, did he give him the death glare? Colorless. The moon looked even more alive. Oh my god. So what kind of imagery would this make Sojiro on the movie? Its arms were broken. And its inhumanly powerful attack had mangled them beyond recognition. If it was in pain, it would have cried out. But it was silent. Was it ever alive? Why is it in red text? Those dead eyes. He'd seen eyes like those before. Those eyes without hatred, without joy. The most terrifying thing. Without any feeling behind them at all. It was a mindless insect. Oh, he looked at him like an insect! The werewolf's hair stood on end. What was this creeping chill crawling up his spine? Having never experienced fear, the werewolf did not know what had become of him. Despite countless clashes against other mystics, it had been a human that broke him. He knew beasts even larger than himself. He knew legendary creatures like himself. He did not know this. He never met, much less imagined, a human-sized bug. Damn. This is starting to feel like the Thesis and Minotaur story. Myth. The chill down the werewolf's spine was so vicious it threatened to split him in two. If he moved even an inch, it would crush his skull underfoot. In spite of the despair gripping him, the boy paradoxically sensed that his opponent would not move at all. This human would exhibit no further violence. It was a creature, no, a stone that had no animal instincts. It masqueraded as a human. Contradiction grated against his heart, his values. A phantom pain born of an unknown emotion. Fear. It wasn't just grating. It was like many needles, slowly digging into his heart. This spin had his first taste of doubt, of reality. Such contradictions existed in the world after all. Yeah, being as the strongest creature and all, he never had any feeling that is called fear. They were irrationalities and questions you did not want to hear the answers to. You know what they say? Always look out for the gentle ones. You know, I'm not gonna lie, I really like... In anime, there's always the gentle soul characters. The gentle soul-like characters that can instantly terrify someone when they're of the one feeling they never felt before, and that was rage. From that one emotion they never tapped into, makes them one terrifying being to mess with, not to mess with. I like those kinds of that character trait. Like Tanjiro, Gone Freaks. like they're always so kind and gentle. Yet when they're pissed off, that's the end of the line for you. That just makes them so terrifying and so amazing. Like that, like of the character turnaround like that. I just like those kinds of character trait. I just like those kinds of characters. The suppressed pain suddenly flowed through his body like a raging river. This was also a first. Until now, he had always been able to control pain. He had never known what it was like to tremble. An elemental might have even felt sorry for him if it were here to watch. How sad, born complete, yet lost in the lunacy of the human world. Oh, he's now aggravating. His heart had fully regenerated. Howling in mental agony, the beast clutched his own trembling body. Those eyes, those human eyes, looked straight through him. And then, the boy realized the only reason he was still alive. Even with both arms broken, the human could have finished him off with its legs. But it mattered not, because his opponent was giving him a taste of his own medicine. This was not revenge for trying to kill him. This was revenge for the wounds he inflicted on the girls. The absurdity of it all made his throat tighten. His breathing was frantic. His human had no sense of self. It had no concern for its own safety when it stood between him and the girls. That must be why it had no hate or fear, or perhaps even intent to kill him. Indeed, the fact that he was alive had nothing to do with the human's will. The fight was machine-like. So was its judgment. So far he had no sense of pain feeling his mangled arm and elbow. An eye for an eye, and nothing more. If the werewolf had killed one of the girls, this exchange would have ended differently. He shuddered at the thought. He had never entertained such a possibility. He had never had to, because he was supposed to be the one exception to that rule. Agony kicked him hard in the gut. No matter the mystic, nothing was immune from injury, from decay. The boy finally understood an obvious law of the world. Or rather, he had been taught. Those eyes, they would not stop staring down at him. Retribution was a universal law. He was now painfully aware of that fact. And yet, the one who brought form to this idea was this human. The pain of defeat, the pain in his heart, the pain of comprehending the incomprehensible. Pain, pain, pain. The impossibility of it all had shattered his perfect world. It ate at him, consumed every fiber of his being. The doubt made his head spin. It was too much. Humans were impossible to understand. He had not been made to face the death of another, but his own. Unable to cope, he reverted to his human form. Quietly, he shivered like a frightened child in a mother's lap. Damn. Killed him with 2 hits. Still lying in the snow, Aoko choked on her words, unable to entirely comprehend what had unfolded. She could not hide the trembling in her voice.
Nani?
Speaking in his usual way, Sojiro nonchalantly turned toward her. Oh, damn! Not even feeling the pain on his both arms?
何言って 今自分が何をしたか分かってんの？
Oh, so now she can speak clearly. Wait, how is she getting up? She shouted angrily, as though he had done something wrong. Sojiro looked surprised, wondering what on earth he had done to upset her. He lowered his gaze back to the wolf boy. Knitting his brow in dismay, Sojiro finally realized what Aoko was referring to.
心外だな。青崎は分かってると思ってた。
I thought you... I know! Since she pointed out that the golden-haired boy was the werewolf, he looked at her in disappointment.
分かってるって何をよ。
How is she talking clearly? Wasn't her chest caved in? Feeling slightly affronted, Aoko responded curtly. Sojiro sighed.
山じゃ、熊はそう珍しいものじゃない。
Bears are actually pretty common. She treated that wolf as a bear.
以前確かに言ったじゃないか。
Dang. He just... Damn, the insult, the downplay. She treated that thing like it was a bear. Aoko's jaw dropped. It took her a moment to process what he had just said. She recalled some meaningless conversation or other from who knows when.
君、もしかして俺をバカにしているのか？
バカにしてる。
まったく。なんで熊を倒すためなんかに修行しなくちゃいけないんだ。
I'm curious, who is they that taught you to fight bears? Who were they? Who are they? Yes, now she thought about it, they had spoken about that. He'd mentioned being familiar with large beasts, and she couldn't deny that she'd heard him utter some anachronistic nonsense about training against them. Which meant he was used to dealing with animals larger than himself. If he'd lived the sort of life that involved run-ins with wild bears, then a man-wolf might only have been surprising, but not particularly frightening. Aoko hung her head. After all this time, who was it that really made no sense?
参ったわ。あなたの勝ちよ、宗十郎。
It was hard to tell whether she spoke in admiration or exasperation. Either way, as she slouched in the snow, Aoko spoke quietly enough so only she could hear her words. No, not to Toko. Toko, on the other hand, understood exactly what had transpired. Bale lay fallen, now just a sobbing boy. Another boy stood over him, 2 shattered arms. Near fatally wounded, Aoko and Alice still could not stand, but had recovered enough to breathe. As for Toko, she had only a few tricks up her sleeve. Maybe 3 or 4 more runes at best. The magic crest on her back were unusable. Ow. So it's just aesthetic now that it's just glowing. She could use the remaining magical energy from the field imprisoning her grandfather, but that would be stupid. If she released her grandfather, she would lose ownership of the sacred ground. Failing to defeat Aoko and Alice now would mean starting over from square one. She could not afford that. The sibling rivalry had to end. Toko had gambled everything on her surprise attack, using the fact that she was still in Aozaki to infiltrate Misaki's defenses. For 3 years she had labored, selling her work to the association, and she had used 20 years worth of hair to mobilize an army of familiars. It was now or never.
だが、私は失敗した。
She had overestimated the werewolf's power. She had been enough. Against mages alone, Beowulf by himself would have been enough to ensure complete victory. But things did not always go according to plan. Beowulf's incredible strength was conditional. She knew he was not infallible, so why hadn't she prepared a contingency plan? Her heart as cold as ice, Toko stared at Sojiro, who stood tall. His arms were a hideous mess. The arm he used to strike Beowulf head-on barely even resembled an arm. His bones were bent out of shape, his muscles were torn to shreds. To say his arm was simply broken would be a gross understatement. How would someone fix up his mangled arms? Streams of crimson ran down his other arm into the white snow. The elbow he drove back into Bayo's back was likely shattered, and his muscle and tendon torn up to his shoulder. Judging from the state of his arms, it was doubtful he would be able to use them again. Worse than his arms were his left leg, no doubt his internal organs too. He had used the egg to take the full brunt of Bayo's charge. Damn! At a glance, it looked fine, but was now just a useless hunk of meat attached to his torso. His insides were worse, supporting the weight of Bayo had ruptured his spine, causing widespread internal bleeding. Basically, he was a dead man standing. A bird with clipped wings. Living like that would not be living at all. He could barely stand, let alone fight again. In contrast, the collapsed werewolf was unscathed. Only once he had coughed up blood. The majority of the pool of red-on snow was Sojiro's. A crimson tapestry telling the story of the boy who stood strong and defeated a werewolf.
当然だ。衝撃には反動が伴う。拳を振るうのなら相応の負担がある。まして相手は人狼。走ってくる鉄の壁を真っ向から殴るようなものだ。
I know. Don't have enough strength to for it to compensate like that.
それは。
Perhaps he had known what would happen. Animals instinctively limit their strength in order to protect their body. Compensating for physical weakness with intellect and technique was humanity's forte, and that clash had shown humans at their very best, and yet it had also been beyond human. He attacked without concern for his own safety. Without self-preservation in mind, he could go beyond human capability. Enough to strike the steel-like fur of a legendary werewolf. But who would have thought that a beast able to withstand a shot from a tank would be felled by a mere human?
いや、違う。ためらうことなく殴りつけたから壊れたのではない。初めからあれは壊すことを前提にしていたな。
He knew what was going to happen, yet he's still talking like usual. He sacrificed his entire body to destroy Barrow's heart. Toko felt a chill come over her as she went over in her head what had transpired. It should have been a nightmarish scene, but she was captivated by that supreme display of physical rationality. From the outside looking in, she had witnessed not an accident, but a rational consequence. In that instant, the boy put his entire being into piercing Bale's chest. As soon as he laid eyes on Aoko and Alice, he had committed himself fully to the task. He sized Bale up, synchronized his breathing, found his weak point, and calculated the exact position, timing, and distance he would need to hold his ground. He knew what he had to win. He knew what he had to do to win, and did it with everything he had. It had nothing to do with instinct. A wild creature would not have tried to beat something it could not. Only a human would risk his life when faced the impossible. That contradiction fed his attack. He twisted his body from his heel to his neck to focus his energy. If Bale had simply tried to run Sojiro down, the werewolf would probably have won. But the beast wanted to rip him to shreds. Or rather, he was baited into doing so. After Bale charged, when he planted his feet, he raised his claw, then swung it downward, putting himself off balance. His pulse was erratic, his movement wild. In that moment, he was vulnerable. That was when Sojiro made his move. The beast had overwhelming power, but it was sloppy. Whereas the human concentrated all of his meager power into a single point. That was how the human shifted the balance in his favor. The follow-up elbow attack would rupture Bayo's heart. It was a graceless second strike. Sloppy blow no different from Bayo's. The elbow was only able to penetrate the beast's golden fur because of the first attack to his chest.
あの時点でベオは丸裸にされていた。無敵の人狼がその機能の一切を休止させられた。 つまり
The strike was not meant to break, but to disable. All living creatures had weaknesses. No matter how strong the creature, it had weak points and weak moments. Not just physically, but mentally too. A time when they aren't in their best shape, unable to focus or find motivation. Sickness, or a lack of sleep or food, for example, can cause the body's rhythm to go out of sync. For a variety of reasons, intelligent beings risk losing their ability to function properly. Legendary beasts were no exception.
弱点欠点をつく魔術なら知っているが全てを投げ打って弱点を生むとはな
The boy's strike to the heart was not an attempt to kill Bayo. She even found that impressive. It was designed to create a weakness in something that had none. The elbow attack took advantage of that break in Bayo's vulnerability.
加えて笑えることに不意打ちですらないベオの神経の伝達速度なら毒が当たった瞬間に感知し対応できるだがそもそもそれを毒と認識できなければ変形のしようもない毒ではないものが毒になるなんて落とし穴を誰が教えてやれるものか
Yeah, that's something that is really terrifying. She was frustrated, to say the least. The boy was totally committed, utterly selfless. He bet his life on that single moment without expecting a single thing in return. That boy had acquired the experience and skill to do such a thing. It was not a miracle of luck, nor a miracle of passion. It was not talent, tenacity, or hatred. Without constant, intense training, no one could destroy their own body on a whim like that.
子供には相手が悪かったようね
Seeing Bayo cowering in the snow, Toko was disappointed in her own lack of foresight. She had used him for his talent alone, ignoring his inexperience. If Bayo was not a child, his life experience might have given him the strength to back back and devour Sojiro after regenerating.
ベオを責めるべきかそれとも君を評価すべきなのか
Toko quietly lifted her left hand. Nobody noticed. Standing far away, the boy standing there looked like a hunter from a picture book. He had a slender build, but that was likely because he intentionally shed any excess. Given what she just witnessed, his cluelessness had to be part of the act of a hunter. As she thought to herself, she suddenly remembered. The first thing that crossed her mind the first time they spoke.
そうだったなだがそれは忘れていたかったよ宗十郎君
Aw, man. Now she's gonna kill him. No sooner she felt a slither of sentiment, she returned to her unshakable resolve. No, Sojiro. She was raised as the heir to the Aozaki household, taught never to question the morality of her actions. Damn. Well, you had your moment. It's done. He's gonna die. Ah! God damn it. That was why, even now. She knew exactly what she had to do. No. Uh.
でもよかった
Sojiro muttered, unmoving perhaps of the pain in his broken arms. He did not look at Aoko. Instead, his gaze was focused on Alice, who was lying prone some way away. Aoko thought he looked lonely.
よかったって何がよ
She asked, spurring him on. They were mere steps from each other, close enough to touch hands. Their quiet voices carried in the stillness.
私たちが無事だったからなんて言ったら怒るわよ
She was not joking. Sojiro turned away from her slightly shaking head. She said,
口にするのは3度目だけど青崎の心配はしていないんだいやさっきはちょっと意識が飛んだようなんだけど
All of his organs were ruptured, and he's close to dying. He said, as an embarrassed smile crossed his face. No, Sonoji! You're about to get killed! The first time, he outright fainted, but the second time, his passion pushed the dizziness and nausea aside. He just calmly did what he could as best as he could. Nonetheless, no matter how calm he tried to be, deep within festered a very real rage. Deep within festered a very real rage.
じゃあ何が良かったのよ、宗十郎。
Aoko's voice had a slight tinge of annoyance. Did she not realize her sister is still there? Sojiro responded.
だってようやく約束が守れた。そっちだけが約束を守ってるのに、こっちは果たせなかっただろう。それがずっと気になっていたんだ。その機会があって本当に良かった。
Oh, he knew he's gonna die. His relief expressed itself as a small but heartfelt smile. Aoko listened, astonished. Oh, I thought that next shot was going to be him getting killed. For a moment, she could not recall what promise Sojiro was talking about. When she remembered what he was talking about, what she had told him all that time ago in the amusement park, her mind went blank.
あいつをやっつけるのに協力したら、俺のことは見逃してくれる?
He proposed the deal, but in the end, he hadn't been of any use. It must have been eating away at him this entire time. Aoko had considered the agreement binding, but only for herself.
あんなどうでもいいことを。
She muttered in disbelief. Sojiro gave a nod and affirmed with a tiny voice.
約束は自分のために果たすものだって教えてくれたのは青崎だ。
Promises are things you make to yourself.
だから君が守っている限り俺も守らないといけない。はあ、ずっと俺はそうしたかったんだ。
As if listening to a confessional, Aoko stayed silent. She could not find the words to say anyway. Sojiro proved ever the enigma. Taking such a trivial promise so seriously, and speaking so sincerely about something so basic. She could not wrap her head around how he had beaten a werewolf, but his personality? That was a true mystery. It was no use trying to figure that out now. To Aoko Awazaki, he was a riddle wrapped in an enigma, in a conundrum.
それじゃあ借りは返したから帳尻はゼロだ。これで貸し借りはなしだぞ、青崎。
Sojiro said lightly, perhaps attempting to break the silence. Normally, this would have passed her by, but she saw his kindness for what it was.
貸しがついたのはこっちの方よ。
Ah, damn it. Okay, I gotta do my dailies.
これじゃあどうやって返していいかわからないじゃない。
I see, I see. Now, don't even know how to begin to pay you back? Well, he's gonna die, so he's about to get killed. Sojiro nodded in happy agreement.
それより青崎の足なんか塞がってるな。
It has?
もしかしてもう立てるのか?
She shot him a stubborn look as if to say, well, duh, obviously. Ever amazed by her grit, he offered her his right hand. Oh, no. After that hand, he's gonna get killed. That's you gotta do her like that, Sojiro? Knowing that you're about to die? Ugh. Despite being broken at the elbow, to Aoko it looked as sturdy as ever. You can't do this, Toko! By all appearances, it was beyond recovery, and would be for the rest of his life. Even so, He seemed able to ignore the pain for Aoko's sake.
ほんと、あんたってバカ。
She uttered under her breath, looking up at him. As much as she hated to admit, he could not refuse his hand. Resigning herself, she reached out to Sojiro. I could feel what's gonna happen next. He's gonna die. But her hand never reached his. Knew it. Yeah, he's dead. A small bell chimed. A line of wind whipped through the air. No! It cut through his waist like a guillotine. Ah! Sonoji! Pieces began to fall. What were those things dropping before her eyes? Aoko could not remember who they belonged to. Oh, you had to do her like that, Toko.
そ、ジュロ。
That used to be his name, right? The name of whoever laid in the red snow in front of her. His face now rested on the ground beneath her chin. The smell of viscera assaulted her nostrils. A river of blood flowed from what used to be a stomach. It happened so fast. Too fast for her mind to process, in fact. Her only solace was he probably did not suffer. I mean, yeah. Toko did show remorse. But in the end, she did it. How could she think that so calmly? Especially after what she had witnessed. Her blood boiled at her own stupidity. Which begged the question. How should she treat the one who did this? She had used all her anger on herself. She had none left to give anyone else. But this hatred was hers, and hers alone. Her problem was this. Could she muster the emotions from this draught of anger? She was not sure, but the thought of hunting them down made her smile unconsciously in anticipation. Aoko turned to the old school building, to where Toko was standing with her arm out in front of her. She had used the same rude magecraft she used against Aoko and Ellis, except Sojiro had no magic crests. Toko's amber eyes were narrowed, staring intensely at the fallen corpse. As to what she might have been feeling, Aoko could not care less. Even if Toko felt regret, Aoko would never forgive her for as long as she drew breath.
やはり君からこうしておくべきだったな。
Toko was not speaking to Aoko, but to the dead body. There was no response, no clouds of breath. Coming to terms that he was truly dead, Aoko pushed herself up to her feet.
案外、無様ね。
Facing her sister in the distance, Aoko spoke hoarsely. Oh. And she could speak normally just like that after his torso was sliced.
でも正しい選択だわ。これで勝負はやり直しだもの。
She turned away from Sojiro and stared at Aoko. They stood far apart. Farther apart than their positions made them seem. Though there was nothing left to say, the two of them exchanged words in respect of the fact they were once sisters. Once.
ああ、魔術刻印という私の切り札はこの通りで、人狼というカードもお前の切り札の前に敗れ去った。だが、そちらも刻印を使い切り、彼も今息絶えた。
So now what?
互いに決定打はなくなったわけだ。
A stalemate.
そうね。私も甘かった。人狼が再起不能になった時点で、あなたが敗北を認めたなんて勝手に思い上がるんだから。本来ならそうなるんだけど、あなたがそんなに諦めがいいのなら、この町に戻ってきはしないものね。本当に甘かった。
Oh, Aoko. It was clear to Toko that Aoko was trying to suppress her emotions. Aoko was right, though. Her sister had counted on Beowulf to succeed. As mages, no matter what cards Aoko and Hallis had in their hands, they were helpless against the werewolf. But then, Sojiro had shown up, and Toko couldn't win as long as he was around. Even though he was just harmless. Unfortunately, though, he had stopped the werewolf. He had been defenseless against the mage. So he had to kill him. His body was all mangled up. What was the point of that? With Sojiro out of the way, no one could hold Bale back. It would take time for him to recover, but as long as his wounds were only mental, that could be overcome. Alice and Aoko could try to attack again before he recovered, but Alice was being kept in check by the poison, so Toko still had the advantage. Stalemate still. The battle would drag on. Unless Aoko were to use it. Oh, her true magic? Oh, this CG. So it's all coming together now. Powdery snow began to whirl around. The air around her wailed. It was magecraft that transcended. That was all that was mystical. The gate to miracles beyond human comprehension, ready to show itself. Oh, she's gonna do it. She's gonna use true magic. Guess she's got nothing to lose now.
やる気のようね、青子。
Toko released the crest maintaining the fields. With that, her grandfather would be freed, and the barriers around Misaki would be restored. Which was not what Toko wanted, but was that, or forfeit her life. The crests at her disposal were now twice as powerful as her sisters. Is it? Aoko gazed at this new threat with her eyes half closed. None of this was her concern. Far removed from the situation, she was searching for something hidden deeper inside herself, desperate to reach it. There it was, an odd feeling, like picking up algae. It was not the fire of emotion, it was not solid, nor great. It must have been people meant by rising to the occasion. Abandoning thought itself, Aoko held on to that feeling as she stared at her enemy. Yep, the same CG using that time magic. I think that's what it was called.
いいわよ、トウコ。
She spoke softly, yet more loudly than a scream.
お望み通り、本当の魔法を見せてあげる。
Focusing her power into the dim crest on her right arm, she weaved the words together. A single incantation. A final, heartfelt farewell. A brilliant blue-colored magic, taking time back to when a certain someone had been blessed. Did she actually shifted time? To put it simply, magecraft is human wisdom. It is the world as we know it. Magic is the singularity that exists beyond either of those. At the beginning, the first changed all. Next, the second recognized many. An answer, the third, showed the future. The white speck, the blue speck of star. Tethered, the fourth concealed itself. And the final fifth had long since lost its significance. Someone once said that it only ended at the third. Magecraft is the study of history, feats of our making, and life orbiting the planet. But true magic is the providence of a god beyond the heavens. Why do those who stand on the earth extol the virtues of miracles beyond humankind and the planet? This was an undeniable sin. Magic was the enemy of humanity. That is why those who obtain new magic are killed by the Red Shadow. Really? Even Kishtaria himself? The one that used second magic? Wait, what was his name again? What was it? Zelrich? I think his name was Zelrich. Yeah, Kaleidoscope. Zelrich. Kisher Zelrich Schweinorg. Where was he actually originally at? Oh, he's a founder of Clock Tower. Tsukihime? Wait, what does he appear in? Fate Caveat Inner. Okay. It's Prisma Ilia. He appears in Fate Stay Night? Also Tsukihime are killed by the Red Shadow. Oh, so that was it. But how they survive, though? Zeldrich is still alive. Oh, she's using her chant. Aoko's voice resonated through and high above the winter skies. The air began to fracture, turning the scenery to broken glass. Toko wondered whether she should fight or flee. She decided to try and keep her feelings in check and see this through. But the object of her obsession for so many years was right in front of her. Rationality was slipping from her grasp. Both of their fates were now uncertain. Toko had an overwhelming advantage when it came to her crests and the terrain. But Aoko is using magic far beyond magecraft. When it came to true magic, however, if the Aozaki magic was anything like Alice Kuonji's fairy tale monsters, the mage strength was not part of the equation. At this point, it was Toko against magic itself, and there was no winning against truth. The transcendence and idiosyncrasy of true magic rendered things like magecraft irrelevant. Toko stared at her sister, wondering if she could actually use it. Her proclamation lacked conviction. She had raised her voice, that was out of discipline. It had not been the arrogant conviction to sacrifice someone else for her own gain. Having not been chosen to inherit it, Toko could not imagine what the magic in her sister was. Only that it was a force violent enough to change the world. No human mind could withstand the audacity required to make an enemy of the world itself. Especially not someone as indecisive as her sister. The power of magic would surely cripple her. Oh, she's shifting time! Feeling Toko's eyes on her, Aoko doubted to herself. She could not help but hesitate. Terror gripped her heart tighter. She could not run away forever. Her hesitation and terror meant she would never forgive herself for stopping now. Closing her eyes, she pushed herself into the final stage. Oh, it's gonna start. Time stopped like a light being switched off. She submerged herself in her own darkness. Everything froze. Only she moved. Everything around her disappeared as she passed a limitless stream of stars. Oh, desert. As soon as she did, she wanted to disappear into the empty, thoughtlessness place she arrived in without any answers. Oh, Red Shadow. Not again. The Red Shadow will surely come this time. So every true magic, it reveals like a red shadow as some sort of gate kept. Like as a gatekeeper. Suddenly, I saw a new memory. Possibly because I used another to make the trade for... I heard a familiar yet new sound. Oh, now it's first person. I wish for nothing. I seek nothing. Only to fuse with the consciousness that hurtles backward in time to zero. This sound. The bitter, sad, meaningless pulls me by my hair. But I have to resist. The red ghost was always going to be my biggest hurdle. I must forget the value of life. Is that the red shadow? Are those the red shadow's word? I must forget the futility of death? Wait, I didn't read it clearly. I must forget the dignity of death. Ah, so that's what it says. Time is ticking. The sound persists. It's got nothing to do with this journey. It's just an external distraction. And yet, I think I finally understand. Is this Aoko's point of view? First person? I know what noise has been making me so uneasy. What the? The unsettling whispers were directed at me. Or perhaps the red shadow was perplexed by the quiet soul listening to it. It glares at me, its eyes full of hatred. How could I be so unprepared? Don't tell me. Wait, the sun is shining. You can't be serious. You're going to turn me into your prey for that? Is this the red shadow's word? That is your everything. You have nothing else. I wonder who's talking. The effect of rewinding, the decision to never say never. Just Bieber, his prime, his meaningless life. She negated it. She used her superior power to negate that sound which was an absolute rule to him. Ooh, how the tables have turned. Just brushed it aside, like it was a cobweb. The sound disappeared. A new one replaced it. I wish for nothing. I want nothing. Why is it in backslash? A pure, obedient heart. That's why you get nothing. A life of falsehood, led by affirmation. This is ridiculous. My legs move toward the future, but they stop. Change of plans. I'm taking a different path. Nothing's changed. It's just something has made me real mad. How can I put... Oh yeah, these are definitely Aoko's words. You call this the past, you idiot? If I don't complain about something to someone, I'll explode! Oh, she wants to bring Sojiro back. Even if it's just to the voice, or to he who hears it, or to the part of me who just stays quiet and watches, or to the one who did that to him. With no answer, I open my eyes. Aoko released everything she had dragged up. As for what was there, or what she saw, she could not remember. All she held on to was the fury that burned in her heart. Pushed on by something, she did not know what, she opened the door to magic. Oh, it's spinning! Oh, scene is changing! The seasons are changing. The change was extraordinary. Beneath her, the snow vanished, replaced by a small patch of lush green grass. This ground had never existed under the frozen blanket. It had been rewritten into a new landscape. Oh, I'm getting goosebumps now. The very elements rejected her, as if the world itself was fighting back. The electrical discharge lashed at her body. This miracle threatened to destroy the world. The world had to protect itself. It moved to expunge her. Ugh. It's putting a strain to her entire core. Pain scorched her every cell, trying to tear away her consciousness. But she did not falter. All this pain and this loneliness was to take her to the root. Oh, so this is the root. Ever since inheriting true magic, she had suffered this torture time and time again. Oh, it's expanding. She contended against the violent, voiceless protests of the cosmos. The burden engulfed her retinas and nerves in her flames. And then... light. She finally understood. She remembers why she came back and what she wanted to scream. The root. A censoring voice told her to stop. At the edges of oblivion, her hand touched the true form of magic. A snarling red shadow was there, telling her it was no use. So much doubt, so much fear, but such things meant nothing to her. To me. I don't care about magicians' obligations or the destruction of mankind. I'm sick of tired of hearing about it. I only have one reason for doing anything right now. God, I can't believe I'm saying this out loud. I just want to save him. Watashi no sukuta. From a guy she hates so much. From a guy she hates so much. Yet she wants him back. A blue whirlwind whisked up around her. Casting aside her doubt and sorrow, the magician played her trick upon the world. It's summer. No, it's spring. She changed the season. She shifted the season. Time flowed backward. Winter, fall, summer. She's shifting time. Spring, winter, fall, summer. Childhood memories were overwritten. It's shifting constantly. Oh, now it's the white flowers. White flowers appeared as far as the eye could see. Brighter than snow, they rippled like a wave across the world, devouring it. Oh, her clothes changed. Oh, her hair is red. Oh my god. Did using true magic also affected her wardrobe change? Ah, so this is her prime look from Tsukihime, where she earned the title as Blue. Also belly shot. Really like this new look of hers. What was declared had come to be. In this time and place alone, the fifth magic made itself known. Oh, I'm getting chills. In the blink of an eye, the snowy clearing had transformed. The sea of fully bloomed white flowers blanketed the grounds. Only the dilapidated school building and the bare winter trees signified this was the original world. The once cold wind now blew with a pleasant warmth across the landscape. Even the night sky was once again teeming with stars. If one reached out, one could almost touch them. It was a mix of comfort and solitude, quiet enough to carry the sound of insects flying through the air. Seen far removed from the impurity and grief of humans. The world with yet nothing, yet one that needed nothing. It was his most precious memory. Oh, Sojiro's memory? The winter tundra had changed into a spring meadow. Aoko's so-called true magic confused Toko. Sure, it was pleasing to the eye, but she wanted to see something less idyllic. Aoko's spell was clearly no small feat, but the surrounding mana had not changed. Better to be confused, though, than dealing with someone like Alice Kuonji's flat snark. Huh. Oh yeah, she's still here. The only changes seem to be a flower field, and Aoko's appearance. She seemed to have received some enhancement to her physical form, but would never be enough to match Toko. Oh, you think so?
魔法といえば魔法だ
Toko said with a hint of annoyance.
が、あいにくとお互い夢見る年頃ではないんだ。
You really think so?
まさかそれで終わりではないだろ。
Aoko began walking through the sea of flowers. She was not heading toward Toko.
いえ、これでおしまいよ。私も、あなたも。
Aoko's words sent a wave of unease through Toko. Her sister's voice seemed different somehow. Yeah, like she's all grown up. It was mostly the same in pitch, so it had to be the tone. No, that was the same too. Something was off. Could it be? It was then Toko noticed something else that had changed. Yeah, she's older now. Not just Aoko in the clearing. The severed body laying at Aoko's feet. It was now whole. Oh, Soldier-o! Corpse reanimation? Wound healing? No. It's rewind time. It did not look like Aoko had used a significant formula. And besides, regenerating a body did not bring it back to life. Since the dawn of time, even true magic has never been able to bring back the dead. But the body of the boy behind Aoko was moving. It was breathing, like it was taking a nap.
死者の蘇生が青崎の魔法。いや違う。
Nah.
あれは蘇生というより。
Did you not notice the change of seasons? She rewinded time. Before she could think of an answer, Toko realized what had seemed out of place to her before. Aoko's mannerisms appeared beyond her years. Her appearance had changed ever so slightly, but beyond there had been a change from within. By the time Toko arrived at that seemingly impossible conclusion, Aoko had closed the distance between them.
ターブ、セット。
Aoko raised her left hand to eye level. Oh, the newly improved magic bullet! Toko could see, no, hear the magical energy generating inside Aoko. All the barrels are straight now! It's not rigid! It was a sound Toko had never heard before. Aoko only possessed single-function low-grade circuits no better than any other third-rate mage, so she generated magical energy at a much lower rate than Toko. However, this speed was absurdly quick. She redefined her magic cannon, moving even faster than the blood pumping through her body. Magecraft could vibrate, but how in the hell were the activated magic circuits audible? Even the association have never heard of such a thing.
我が目前に勝利ありき。
Nah, I think you're fucked. Spurred to action by the sudden dread she felt, Toko hurriedly carved runes into the air, as pointless as it is. Toko summoned the divine protection of Victory Tear to surround itself with a barrier, which was further enhanced by her crest. Paying it no mind, Aoko held her arm steady, not moving it up to strike her target directly.
展開。
Aoko commanded herself succinctly. Consecutive magic bullets! This was beyond magecraft. Yeah, no shit, it's magic she's using. In just a few words, she had fired 20 magic bullets. Like a meteor shower, the bullets smashed through the rocket-proof wound barrier, as well as Toko's spout-woven coat.
蒼天ではなく展開だと。
Without loading? I'm pretty sure they're already loaded. The protective runes running her coat screamed. They would not be able to take another barrage like that. I'm kind of impressed that she survived after that. And she had already taken internal injuries. She loathed to admit, but Aoko vastly outclassed Toko in terms of raw power. Even harder to admit that was that her sister probably had not even brought out the big guns yet.
アンサズ、ソエル、イングズ。
She's still going? Jumping backward, Toko drew more runic symbols in the air. In response, her crest burned brightly. But...
遅い。
Gah! Without a single word, Aoko nullified the runes, dissolving them before they could be given meaning. The power of Aoko's words had surpassed the magical energy of Toko's rune magecraft. With the runes nullified, Aoko continued advancing through the white flowers. From her calmness to the robust spinning of her magic circuits, and her breathing, she was different. A woman with sublime self-control, a trait only found in mages with a lifetime of combat experience. Yeah, no shit, she did. Given the evidence, that was the only explanation for the Aozaki magic. Aoko's magic circuits had not been amplified. That would have been impossible anyway. Like Toko, she would have to externalize them, which would just increase the scope of her magical energy and techniques. By nature, the quality of a mage's magic circuits did not change. But Aoko was now clearly a superior mage to Toko. So there was only one logical conclusion. In an instant, she had grown from an amateur to a veteran. She fast-forwarded her own time. Scarred Red Mage turned her back on her sister and ran. She knew she could not win, so she fled toward the old school building. Aoko did not fire. Not out of pity, but because she deduced that an attack at this range was risky. She went to chase after her sister, but stopped suddenly. A few words caught in her throat. She took a small breath.
Alice,
Oh, did she even restore to Alice? Oh, she did, she said, slightly embarrassed by the maturity of her voice. White petals flitted through the air. Without looking back, she made after Toko, her long hair flowing behind her. Damn. She awakened true magic and shifted in time. His eyelids snapped open. At last, Sojiro awoke from his long slumber. Lying on his back, he gazed up at the stars. The trees around him created a porthole into space. Despite seeing all this for the first time, he felt an uncomfortable sense of déjà vu. So many questions. What happened before he fell asleep? Why had he been sleeping? Everything was just so hazy. It was like he had walked out the door one minute and woken up in bed the next. With so many thoughts clouding his mind, he could barely recall his own name. All he could remember was a girl he'd never seen before. Aoko, and something thin around his neck.
Shizuki-kun.
Oh, Alice called her. Alice called him. The voice, quiet but clear, belonged to the girl named Alice Kuonji, who was at his side. Did he realize he died? He sat up, mumbling incoherently. The black-clad girl knelt next to him. Oh, yeah, all he's seeing are flowers, he said, paying no mind to Alice. Under the blue moonlight, spring flowers swayed, surrounded by dead trees and snow. Against the curtain of night, white petals danced in a breeze like butterflies. Staring long and hard at the spectacle, Sojiro suddenly raised his fingers to his neck. He moved carefully, like he was touching a wound. Then gradually began squeezing, harder and harder.
Shizuki-kun.
The voice of the girl beside him brought him back to reality.
せっかく戻れたのに。また行くの?
She sounded both sad and reproachful. Oh, is she catching feelings for him? But Sojiro did not understand why. Seeing the uncharacteristic concern in her eyes snapped him to his senses. His fingers fell away from his neck. Without answering, she blankly looked to the sky, though there was only the infinite darkness of space.
ごちゃごちゃしてる。
Sojiro tilted his head in confusion. Alice observed him motionlessly. This bewildered boy was a far cry from the one that made short work of the werewolf. Then again, this was Sojiro. As she stared at him, she realized she did not have an answer he could understand. So she tried asking a question. The same question she had asked him repeatedly as he slept, but eventually gave up expecting a response to.
今までしずきくんは何をしていたの？
Her quiet question was spoken like an enthralling spell of magecraft. Said spell seemed to work, and Sojiro sank into the sea of memories. Atop the bright white hill, they quietly sat for a while, like siblings.
誰かの声が聞こえた気がする。何かを聞いているようだった。けど、自分は最後まで一言も返せなかった。
Though consumed by the darkness of death, he could still vaguely recall the girl's question. He was not aware that he had died, but seemed a fragment of time remained from when he had been with her. Sojiro's expression darkened, filled with regret. Looking at his profile, Alice pressed him further.
それで欲しいものは見つかった？
Remembering that someone had asked him questions, he gave a slight nod.
ああ、そうだった。けれどね、アリス。そんなものは見つからないって思っていたんだ。うん。ずっとそう思っていた。
Didn't think he would. The regret in his voice was accompanied by a hint of strength. Lowering his gaze, Sojiro saw a white flower garden that looked like something from the afterlife. It shone brightly, captivating him.
思い出した。青子の前でざっくり言ったんだっけ。
Oh, so he remembered he died.
なのに生きているのはどういうことなんだろう。
Sojiro said, prodding his body curiously. His arms were their old selves again, but what of Aoko? He turned toward Alice for an answer, who was sat among the flowers looking sullen.
巻き戻されたのよ、しずきくんは。この風景も本来はあなたの記憶だけど、わからない？
Alice seemed to be speaking in riddles.
俺の記憶って、その割には知らないところなんだけど。
今しずきくんの時間は青子に使われているから、それが戻されるまで思い出すことはないわ。
She answered ominously, as she cast her gaze over the flower. Until time is returned, he won't be able to remember Aoko anymore?
でも、これが消えてしまうのは残念ね。元に戻れる。思い返せるのは私だけなのに。
Oh. Looking at the white blossoms, she smiled momentarily. Her words only confused him further.
アリス、君答える気がないんだろう。
He said dejectedly, prompting Alice to face him. What emotions lay inside those deep eyes?
意味のない話だけど、聞きたい？
聞きたい。アリスが教えてくれるなら、なおさらだ。
Sojiro nodded enthusiastically, while Alice took a deep breath and closed her eyes. When she spoke in as carrying a tone that she was capable of.
結論だけ言うと、あなたは一度死んで生き返ったの。しずきくんが瞳子さんに殺されてから、青子が目を覚ますまでの5分間分の時間を巻き戻して。その時、あなたは10年近い年月を青子に使われた。二人とも肉体年齢は変わってないから、中の時間だけ持っていったんでしょうね。だから今、この景色を懐かしく思えるのは青子だけ。
Would only bring back memories for Aoko in possession of his
そ
time.
して、
Once the time exchange was over, neither Aoko nor Sojiro would remember what happened during these moments. When Aoko used someone else to channel her true magic, it did not affect her alone. If she had rewound time for only herself, the temporal inconsistencies would form part of her own experience. However, this was proper time travel. The inconsistencies would be corrected. When the magic ended, both Aoko's memories of this place and Sojo's unfamiliarity with it would be corrected. I mean, that is part of the deal, right? Just to erase Sojiro's memory once the deed is done. This miracle would become unrealized. Only the observers will remember this brilliant white sea of flowers. Alice and Toko.
時間を持っていく
Sojiro asked, his head tilting even farther at Alice's general explanation. She recalled how Aoko said that if you gave Sojiro a roundabout answer, he would stop asking questions, even if he did not comprehend it.
しずきくんを生き返らせる方法はなかったから、命の復元より死そのものの回避を青子は試みたのよ。
Yeah, basically, she rewind time before you
ま
died.
だ青子には無理なのか、それとも今回もひよったのか。大きな操作は避けて小さな操作、自分とあなただけの交換にとどめたようね。あなたは今5分間だけ時間を飛んだことになるわ。
So Sojiro jumped through time for just measly 5
仮
minutes.
に遠い未来、この時間を検索できる人がいたとしても、あなただけは誰にも見つけられない。だって時間軸の上にいなかったんですもの。
Even if someone from distant future was able to look through time, they couldn't find you in those 5 minutes because you don't exist in regular time. Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's confusing as hell for Sojiro.
そして同時に青子は自分の時間を上乗せするためにあなたから時間を借り受けた。
Okay, so basically she borrowed Sojiro's time to advance her
多
time.
分幼年期の時間でしょうね。個人の時間操作は忘却している部分の方が楽だと聞くし。しずきくん、
Individual time manipulation is easier when using forgotten memories. Should I slow down? Alice asked with her eyes. All Sojiro could do was nod.
つまり2つの奇跡を青子は行使したの。あなたの体の巻き戻しと自分の体の早送りね。しずきくんの時間に介入する際、ついでに10年分の時間を借り受けて未来の自分を持ってきた。
So she's about 10 years old now? 26?
だから今瞳子さんを殺そうとしているのは27歳分の時間を持った青崎青子ということになるわ。
She's now 27. Damn. What on earth was Alice talking about? Sojiro's expression gave away his thoughts, though the part about Toko made him furrow his brow.
瞳子さんを殺すって青子が
もう終わってるでしょうけど。
He just sped off just like that? As soon as Alice answered, Sojiro sped off, kicking up white petals beside him as he ran. The brave boy who defeated a werewolf was back. Alice watched him go. Huh. She wasn't even surprised. On a snowy night, the same boy ran down Shio Inuzuka Hill for her too. Sojiro entered the old school building. Lights flashed and sounds of destruction exploded around him, threatening to turn the area into a burial ground. Still, he remained focused.
悪いけれどやっぱり無駄だったわ。
Her words only reached the white flowers around her. Aoko knew Sojiro too well, so she wanted Alice to stop him. If he tried to interfere in the battle against Toko, she could not protect him this time. But it was too late to celebrate Aoko's judgment now. The girl in black had no intention of going after him. She simply sat for a while, gazing forlornly at the transient flower garden. You know, she had kept quiet, but she's decided not to. Oh, Mahoyo theme! A storm of magic bullets struck down a hail of lightning blades. Mage's workshop was their home base and last line of defense. Oh, she set up all those traps. It featured an abundance of defensive spells designed to cut down present challengers and thieves. The old school building was no exception, painstakingly rigged by puppet master and rune mage Toko Aozaki. Aozaki Toko. A reflection of her bizarre obsessions, the workshop was set to indiscriminately destroy any intruders. Toko complained as she ran down the hallway, activating her traps along the way, but nothing seemed to work. None of the runes, regardless of their quality or quantity, could slow her sister down. Her reaction speed and ability to predict attacks could only be described as transcendent. Even magic bullets she fired from both her arms were too much, destroying the runes and the very walls that housed them. Damn, she's firing them fast and instant! Yet why is she running? As she spat out her words, the ceiling opened, increasing the pressure from the runes. Invisible walls popped up in the hallway. Aoko stopped and swung her right leg upward. Damn, she broke that through. Straight toward the ceiling. Her foot cut through the thick air like a knife through butter, shattering the ceiling and the runes along with it. So some damn respect. Really? So some damn respect. You busted the ceiling though. Space Fortress. Yeah, that's rich coming from you. You destroyed the ceiling. You busted the ceiling. Look at you. Aren't you one to talk? Wind boards along the hallway that had withstood decades of wind and snow are now destroyed. Aoko charged forward. The chaos was inevitable. While Toko's runes cursed living creatures, Aoko's magic bullets destroyed all without prejudice. Toko would do anything to change her blood, but there were more pressing matters at hand. The girl rushing her now was not the sister she remembered, but rather a more complete version of her. Toko couldn't afford to let her guard down for a second. But... yeah, why are you running? Localized time travel. Toko didn't believe that was the true nature of the Aozaki's magic. Aoko's transformation had to be a mere byproduct of true magic. She couldn't make heads or tails out of its depths even with Aoko having achieved it. At the very least, it was not so simple a miracle. After all, the concept of time travel was already made possible through the second magic. Did it? I mean, it's like parallel world, record manipulation, revision of possibilities, and so forth involved the operation of parallel worlds. So there was no way that could be the fifth magic. I mean, isn't second magic basically like traveling through other worlds? Oh, she got that from Sojiro. Oh, she actually admitted that. That made sense. There was a bias, but the amount of time on this axis had not been changed. But... Aoko stopped in her tracks. Toko had took aim at Aoko's glaring oversight. Aozaki magic and Aoko's humanity were inconsistent.
時間操作では死者の蘇生は許されない。お前がしたことは一時だけの気休めか。
The magic crest on Toko's back began to demonstrate their true worth. Drawing upon the magical energy stored in the crest, she materialized her largest trap yet in the hallway.
あるいはより罪深い暴虐ということだ。
3 runestones appeared. They looked like mirrors. Their scale and level of magic were widely different from the other runes, created by Toko herself at the Mages Association. They were replicas, one of the lost primordial runes created by a Nordic giant. 3 thin crystal lenses amplified her carved runes tens of millions of times. They rendered projectiles like magic bullets ineffective. Even if Aoko's magical output far exceeded Toko's, these giant slabs were several times more powerful still. Aoko's signature magecraft could only release magical energy, so she had no way to defend or evade the attack. Yee! What's she gonna do? Pushing herself on, Aoko took a deep breath of resolve. Instead of defending or dodging, she went low and charged into the rune storm. Ah, the best offense, the best defense is the best offense. Infuriated by the realization, Toko set her magic crest to full power. Through repeated second-long bursts of time travel, Aoko was able to avoid the runes completely. She was either sending the attack's impact to a different time, or layering several thousands of herself atop one another. Whatever. No way she could keep up that kind of magical energy output. Aoko kicked the crystal slab to pieces. 2 remain, distance 30 feet. Toko had 10 seconds of magical energy left, but that was all she needed. Aoko, on the other hand, would stop now if she had any common sense as mage. She couldn't continue breaking the rules for much longer. Then again, time travel itself was breaking the rules. Time displacement? Once again, Aoko used the same technique. Toko's suspicion turned into white-hot hatred. She couldn't care less about her time travel formula. It was the amount of magical energy she had. Where was she pulling the energy necessary to jump through time for so long? It was the death of Sojiro Shizuki. If she had brought him back 5 minutes to when he was still alive, where would those 5 minutes go? Aoko's magic wasn't using parallel worlds to change this one. She had only rewound Sojiro's 5 minutes. Then logically, he returned to being a corpse as soon as the magic ended. Time travel that didn't change the world couldn't change the past. Therefore, if she wanted to save him, she had to either truly resurrect him, or send those 5 minutes of reality somewhere far away without returning them. Borrowing that small fraction of 5 minutes of Sojiro, Aoko showed no sign of slowing. From behind her crystal barrier, Toko glared at Aoko with disdain. She just said that so brazenly. 15 feet to go. Faced with such madness, Toko wanted to cover her eyes. She put the depth of the present in the distant future? Time paradox would have been more humane. Such an enormous haphazard consumption of heat could not be allowed. After all, time travel alone required a massive amount of energy. Magical energy was required to bring things from somewhere else. At the same time, losing something that exists here consumed an incredible amount of energy. And what about the magical energy used for cooling? If either fell out of equilibrium, it would mean total chaos. The distortion caused by her magic would come to affect this entire sector of space.
バカここに極まったな。何千億年後に来る宇宙の死滅、人類の行く末に待つデッドエンドにさらなる負債を押し付ける気か。
Heat of the death of the
この
universe.
星の頭上に隕石を作っているようなものだぞ。
Over the head.
というか、お前の重みでこの星を押しつぶす気か。
The last comment made Aoko's eyes widen. Her every step exerted such force it broke the floorboards beneath her feet.
その時はその時で今度は負債を過去に送ってやるわよ。それなら文句ないんでしょ。
She says it like it's so easy.
歪みに潰されるのは過去だけなんだから。
それで解決したつもりか。現在が確定している以上、過去を消滅させてもいいと。
I mean, the past was already past.
それでいいのは私たちだけだ。問題の総量、宇宙の負債はどうする？
Exactly. Even if the universe were closed, or the present were still expanding, the absurd increase in heat consumption would become uncontrollable. That which waits for the one of infinite expansion, infinite consumption, and infinite growth is a future without hope. The nothingness before creation, eventually the universe would burn up.
青崎の魔法はその結末をより確かなものにするだけだ。その責任をお前は。
言われなくても分かってる。責任なんて私が生きてる間に何とかするわよ。
Figure something out. That's such an Aoko way. 5 feet to go. The room blast, now carrying all of Toko's hatred, focused into a scorching hot laser beam. Her body being torn into by the intense heat, and her emotions raging, Aoko drove her foot into the ground. Did she jump up?
責任を取ると言ったな。では、その具体案は。
そんなのこれから考えるに決まってるでしょ。
Oh, is she gonna do the kick?
お前は最悪だ。
No shit. Damn, she kicked that thing. Toko's last defense was shattered. Close enough to connect, the two mages unleashed their magecraft. Red runes, blue ether, and a cascade of magic bullets. Aozaki Toko's crest would turn to pieces, and so was Toko herself. Damn, that building was leveled. It was just as Alice said. By the time Sojiro arrived, it was already over. The old school building's wooden boards have survived the elements for decades, but they were not ready for a mage duel. The entrance door hung off its hinges. The floorboards groaned. The stairs were ready to collapse underfoot. Toko's escape and Aoko's pursuit had left a trail of destruction leading all the way to the second floor. The chaos continued to the end of the hallway, by the stairs to the third floor. Toko sat with a heap, with her back against the wall. Sat in a heap. Despite her injuries, she kept her eyes firmly on Aoko. She was bleeding internally and had multiple broken bones. Damn. She would not be moving anytime soon. Possibly damaged by Aoko's flying kick, her mystic eyes had ruptured from within, closing them indefinitely. Despite her battered and broken body, she was still breathing steadily, a testament to her stubbornness. Before her stood Aoko, staring at her, uninjured.
屋上までは持つと思っていたんだが。
Toko was not trying to be facetious. She sounded genuinely disappointed. Aoko responded with a cold glare. Her eyes had not changed one bit. They were callous as ever, yet undeniably beautiful. From where she stood, Aoko held her hand out toward Toko. like a hunter about to put a wounded prey out of its misery. The victor was decided. The mage came to steal land and got a death sentence for our trouble. The silence was disquieting. Moonlight peered through the demolished ceiling, illuminating the two sisters with its stare. The utterly mad sibling squabble was over. Now the fireworks were finished. The cold wind had returned to claim the old school building.
何か言い残すことはある？
Aoko's voice cut through the silence. Toko thought for a moment. Before lightly patting her coat pocket. Nothing. She frowned.
最後に一服と思ったが、あいにくお前を待っている間に吸い切ってしまってね。日本のタバコはうますぎていけない。
She really... Damn, what a chain smoker. Aoko gave a small nod.
なかなか常人には真似できない遺言だったわ。
待て待て。いくら私でも遺言まで謎かけをする気はないよ。
Oh, sorry. I cut that off.
待て待て。いくら私でも遺言まで謎かけをする気はないよ。お望み通り、敗者は敗者らしく当倍をあげるから聞くといい。
I'm gonna rewrite this. Yeah, that's better. Wonder if this is the final. Might change this title. Toko's voice was laden with sarcasm, not hostility or hatred. Perhaps her vendetta was not directed at Aoko herself, but rather a product of two sisters born into a mage family.
青崎の魔法が時間旅行に端を発するものとは思わなかった。まだ事情がありそうだが、当事者ではない私には何ともね。凡夫にはわからない悩みだ。せいぜい大事に付き合っていけばいいさ。しかし、10年経ってもそれでは先が思いやられる。アリスは何をしていたんだか。
アリスにしてはよく付き合ってくれた方よ。魔術師としてはいつまでも半人前っていうのが彼女の結論。けどまあ、そうね。あの狼とならいい勝負をしたんじゃない？
あれはダメだ。敗北を知ってしまった。もう完全じゃない。半人前に値で勝っていようが、魔法の前には得意性を見失うだろう。ところで、アオコ、お前の魔法とやらは手段か、それとも結果か。
Cause or effect? Toko wanted to know if it came before or came after. Did Aoko need magic to get her where she needed to go? Or did she obtain magic as a result of reaching that place?
あとよ。私は扉の前で尻尾を巻いたから、ジジイの思惑なんて知らないけど。
第一魔法と同じ経緯か。ますます業が深い。第2から第4はその場所へ到達するために生み出されたものと聞く。
To my assumption, I think that third magic was Heaven's Feel.
同族嫌悪は世の常だ。いずれ第一と食い合わなければいいのだがね。しかし、扉ときたか。魔法の継承とはパスの継承。
It's so sweaty here.
ではやはり、ここにユミルの入り口があると。
北欧かぶれのあなたにとってはね。私にとってはアカシャの門と言えるものよ。
Oh, Gate of Akasha.
最初からそれを狙っていたんでしょ、あなたは。
Toko used every ounce of strength she could find to nod.
望めば手に入るというのに、何台も待つのは嫌だった。
Oh, who's breaking that window?
ソフトはそれで決別したようなものだったよ。 青崎に対する復讐心はそれには優先されなかった。まあ全ては終わったことだ。もう語る必要はない。最後に根源に触れた感想が聞きたいな。
What was it like touching the root? Toko spoke after taking a deep breath. Her last words showed no trace of hatred. Aoko remained silent as she began raising her hand up high. She recalled her grandfather's orders, the source of true magic. Revealing one's knowledge or impressions of the root was strictly forbidden. But this was her sister's dying wish. Maybe it would be okay? Conversation would end the moment she brought her arm down. Then, this rotting shell of a school building would become her sibling's tomb. What harm could it do? It's not like she planned to follow her grandfather's rules anyway. Maybe it should?
白状するとね、姉さん。
Oh, she called her Nessa now. Aoko's voice carried through the blue hallway.
正直、全然わからなかったわ。
Aoko gave a blunt reply and brought her arm down like a bolt of lightning. Or at least she tried to. Oh! Sojiro stopped her. Her arm wouldn't listen to her. It wouldn't budge.
何のつもり？
No, she knew it was Sojiro. Cursing Alice, Aoko spat her question with venom. Sojiro materialized from behind, taking hold of her raised arm. Though unable to express it, Toko was shocked to see him too.
で、話して。
Without looking at him, or even at her restrained hand, Aoko spoke sternly, her eyes forward. Come to think of it, at the amusement park, he appeared out of nowhere to protect her from that puppet.
聞こえなかった。二度はないわよ。
She was not bluffing. If he interfered, even he would be given no mercy. I've decided to let you live. It would go against that promise, but he should know better. Even so, he maintained his grip on her arm.
いい加減に。
As Aoko turned around, the word told caught in her throat. She immediately regretted looking at him. She saw herself in his expression. Mournful sadness. Judgmental anger. His conflicting emotions spoke to her of her own internal struggle. Voicelessly, quietly, without volition. Rustic gray eyes, questioning a deep sin.
言いたいことがあるならはっきり口にしなさい。それができないなら消えて。
Sojiro gently released Aoko's arm as she maintained her resolve. They locked eyes, neither friend nor foe. Their bitterness clashed without words. And then suddenly...
人殺しはいけないことだ。
Oh... The same old words he told her. Sojiro stated in that matter-of-fact way of his, with which Aoko had become all too familiar. His words were empty trite even, and yet, given her current state, they reached her. Although she would soon forget the fragments of Sojiro's memories, they made her painfully aware of how he felt. Still, she could not agree with him. It would come back to bite her. If she let Toko go now, her sister would come for her again. She had already made 2 attempts on her life. Aoko did not have it in her heart to forgive her sister for what she had done. Above all, just as Toko said, if Aoko did not change, she would be a novice forever. She had not even won her first mage battle yet, and she knew putting down a blood relative would require even more conviction. Nevertheless, his words echoed over and over in her heart. Murder is wrong. Machigai. Such a childish phrase, but the earnestness with which he said it was enough to make her sick. Resisting, Aoko glowered at Sojiro.
だから、殺されたくせに、その相手までかばうっていうの、あんたは。元気になったら懲りずにやってくる殺人鬼が相手でも、見逃してやれっていうの。
まさかそこまで言ったら聖者だ。
But he would probably still let her go. He did not think that Toko would change. He also did not care to rationalize her actions based on her life. He was simply thankful. Thankful that this person before him was still alive. You seem pretty damn saintly to me, in her own words. That was what made Aoko so angry. His overwhelming innocence and self-righteousness enraged her, like the Hall of Mirrors was happening all over again. The only difference was now she knew why he was acting like this. It was because she had taken a part of him. He took a step forward, passing by her, saying words he should not. He knew he should not.
仕返しなら殺された人間がやるのが筋だろう。君を止められないのは分かってる。だから青崎がやるぐらいなら俺がやる。
Oh, so he is going to kill her? He's going to kill Toko? It was difficult to discern who was more pathetic in all of this. Toko, who had been staring at them the whole time, closed her other eye as if drifting to sleep.
ごめんなさい、Tokoさん。
Knowing her fate, Toko dropped her head as best as she could as he walked toward her.
そうだな。君にはそれもいいかもしれない。今は特殊な状況だから、冷めた後に君がどれほど悔やむことになるか想像もできない。ただ、それで君の停滞は終わるだろう。晴れてみそぎ落としというわけだ。純粋に祝福してあげられる。気に食わないのは、それを決意させたのが私ではなかったということぐらいか。
Last words to Sojiro? She knew that Sojiro could not understand. Her words hanging in the air, she closed her lips tightly. Then weakly stuck out her slender neck. Sojiro took another step forward. Before he could do anything, Aoko moved. Spinning in front of Sojiro, she cut off her magical energy and swung her hand as hard as she could. The sound of her slapping his face echoed through the hall, along with his staggering steps.
青崎。 Tears of anger welling in her eyes, Aoko turned her back to Sojiro, sulking as though she would kill him as soon as she looked at him again.
他人の記憶を取り込んだ代償か。引きずられたな、青子。
そうよ。自分の意志を人に曲げられるのがこんなに悔しいなんて知らなかった。
Influenced by someone else. Well, yeah, she did dive into his memory. That was about all Aoko could mutter in response. The corners of Toko's lips curled into a grin.
何がおかしいのよ、あなた。
いや、お前にも人並みの情けがあるとは思っていなくてね。バカ呼ばわりは訂正しておくよ。他人の理想を背負うのに怯えるなんて、10年経っても可愛いじゃないか。
Oh, probably the first time forever she complimented her sister.
あんたね。
そう睨むな。今のは心からの賛辞だ。
I'm surprised she's still talking even after her body was mangled.
私をどうする？彼に殺させるか、それとも見逃すか？
仕方ないでしょ。あなたの言う通り、これが何よりの代償だったんだから。
Aoko said begrudgingly, shooting Sojiro a sideways glance. He seemed to have recovered from the slap, and his usual absent-minded look had returned. He may have had no memories of his past, but his morals and values were too deep to be erased. Sojiro was trying to violate those. It would eat away at him forever, and he would be doing it not for himself, but for Aoko. Oh, it seems they're back. Aoko understood this all too well now. The moment he said he would do it was the moment he lost. Not stopping him would be no different than watching him die. and she would lose something important inside her. Aoko did not want that to happen.
青崎、やっぱり自分の受けた傷は自分で返さないと気が済まない性格か？
Aoko ignored Sojiro, who seemed to have gotten the wrong idea. Instead, she directed her scowl at Toko, who still lay collapsed in front of her.
わかったわよ。トーコ、今回は見逃してあげる。けど、ただで帰れるとは思ってないわよね。
Toko scowled at her little sister, standing smugly over her.
祖父のところに突き出すのなら、ここで引導を渡してくれ。
まさか、私もあの人には会いたくないもの。あなたにはこのまま出て行ってもらうわ。邪魔もしないし、教会に届けも出さない。律香は私が言い含めておくから、今回の件は私たちだけの。
Ritsuka? Which Ritsuka is she referring to? Toko's brows creased further. There had to be a catch.
青子、何を企んでいる？
別にその代わりに呪いをプレゼントしようと思って。今まで散々ガンド食らってきたし、おあいこでしょ？まあ、私のはちょっと強力だけど、今後この土地に入ろうものならマダガスカルガエルになってもらうわ。
Just a frog curse? Smiling as if they had just arranged to eat Chinese food tomorrow night, Aoko walked toward Toko.
待て、なんでそういうものだけ習得してるんだ、お前は。
そりゃ師匠がアリスだもの。偏るのは当然でしょ？
The elder Aozaki's sister's brow knitted so hard it could have produced a sweater. Perhaps this is why her sister would stay a novice forever.
宗十郎、席外して。覗き見が趣味なら別に見ていってもいいけど。
As she spoke, she began removing her sister's overcoat. The uncomfortable look in Toko's eyes compared to the strangely cheerful one in Aoko's caused Sergio to hesitate. Was it really okay to leave the two of them alone? Oh, she's gonna strip her? Ooh. Eventually, he nodded. This was just a weird game between sisters.
覗き見は確かにいい趣味じゃないな。
Muttering more to himself than anything, he ducked into an empty classroom. Just an empty classroom?
なんだそのブサイクで悪趣味な術式は。センスがないにも程がある。お前本当に私の妹か？
ええ、この通り、芸術的才能は全部姉貴に持っていかれた哀れな妹でして。嘆くなら自分の天才性を嘆きなさい。トウコ。
Down the cold, dilapidated hallways, cries of sadness, joy, and anguish rang out. Oh, coming from Toko, huh? So she did live after all. Oh, finally the AC is on. Jesus, it's starting to get sweaty here. Outside, the fully bloomed white flower petals floated one by one into the night. Standing among the ballet of petals, Alice gazed up at the sky. The blossoms gathered into a cloud, then slowly vanished, as though falling asleep. Soon, not a single flower would remain, and the clearing would return to a snowy tundra. The magic had ended. In a matter of minutes, the past would return to its rightful place. Along with it, the time shared between the boy and the girl. The old school building was still. Alice embraced the silence and patiently waited. After a while, Sojiro emerged from the building, and Alice released a puff of white breath. Small sigh of relief. It was over. This really is, and so we are really nearing the end. Sojiro approached, carrying Aoko, cradling her in his arms. Was she asleep? Her eyes were closed, and she seemed peaceful. Oh, she reverted back to her old self now. Her hair and limp body dangled like a silk drape. She looked just like Sleeping Beauty.
待っていてくれたんだ、アリス。
Oh, look at him. Just Sojiro carrying, doing princess carry. He said, holding Aoko with little effort. Alice nodded.
瞳子さんはどうなったの？
いや、よくわからないけど、瞳子さんは帰ったよ。青崎が言う
She left.
そう簡単に解除できない呪いをかけたから、向こう10年は三崎市には入ってこれないって。
10 years.
その後、瞳子さんが尻尾を巻くのを仁王立ちで見届けて、見えなくなったらそのまま倒れたんだ。
Alice's response was brief, as if she was wondering if things were really so simple. She seemed more concerned about Toko than Aoko. Really? Even though she was the one that tried to kill her? Which made Sojiro concerned about Alice and Aoko's relationship more than anything.
それはともかくとして、青子はどうなっているんだろう。
He asked nonchalantly, as he looked at Aoko breathing deeply in her sleep.
矛盾と清純を合わせているのね。彼女の時間は今の時間とは異なってしまったから。歯車を合わせるまで目は覚めないわ。
What's that supposed to mean? Gears line up again? Sojiro nodded understanding, very clearly still not comprehending a word Alice had just said.
なんか拍子抜けしたよ。
Anticlimax.
結局、瞳子さんと青崎、どっちが勝ったのかよくつかめない。
そうね。魔術師の争いには明確な点数はつけられないから。どちらが強いかで勝負はつかないわ。
Yeah.
瞳子さんの大目的が青崎の魔法の解明なら、魔法を使わされた時点で青子の負けよ。その後のいざこざは凱旋する勝者を夜道で襲ったようなものだし。
Alice said, as she turned her sights to the forest. Even Sojiro could tell that was Alice's way of saying, let's go home. Ah, so it's like a servant revealing their true name.
そうだね。青崎もアリスもこのままじゃ風邪をひく。ああ、それと青崎が瞳子さんに呪いをかけるとき何かしてたんだけど。
Sojiro trailed off, hoping Alice would tell him what it was, but stony and somewhat affected gaze was her response.
見たの、しずきくん。
Oh, did you watch?
いや、青崎が出てけって。
そう。それで、青子はどんな呪いをかけたの？
Oh, something about her turning to a frog.
カエルがどうとか。
Sojiro's explanation made Alice's expression darken. Aoko was still a long way from learning any sort of polymorph spells.
そう。
Her thoughts prevented her from finishing the sentence. In actuality, it was perfectly within Aoko's abilities considering where she was in time at that moment. As Aoko had said, Toko would not be able to dispel the curse for 10 years, and the Aoko of this time had not the ability to use such a curse, which meant Toko did not have anyone to rebound the curse to. No matter how much she researched dispelling powerful curses, she could not do it with the Aoko of this timeline.
青子が瞳子さんにつけたのは切り傷ぐらいだから、しずきくんが心配するようなことはないわ。青子にしては随分と生ぬるい処置だけど。
After her slightly unsettling remark, Alice quietly began to walk. Sojiro followed her, Aoko in his arms. Together, they left the clearing and moved into the forest. As they did, Sojiro abruptly froze.
しずきくん。
He looked back toward the old school building's field with a strange expression. Was it homesickness he felt? Alright, it is his memories. Though this was only his second time seeing it, he had a nostalgic feeling, like he would never be back. He looked like a child saying goodbye to an old toy that was to be thrown away. Seeing his expression, Alice felt a hint of sympathy and chided herself.
あの荒れ地がどうかした？
She asked him, watching the flowery garden fade into a snowy field. Sojiro shook his head.
なんとなく知っている場所に似てる気がして。
Well, this is from his memories.
おかしいな。やってきた時はそんな気はしなかったのに。
He stood staring at the tundra for what seemed like an eternity, reluctant to leave. If she left him there, he would be gazing at it by morning, probably even longer. But there was no point in doing that. In the end, Alice was the only one who remembered the beautiful scenery he yearned for.
ここはその場所にそんなに似てる
全然似てない。面影すら皆無だ。
ならそれは気の迷いよ
She's just gonna dismiss it. Sojiro nodded at Alice's harsh conclusion. He smiled slightly, deciding it was pointless to want something that did not exist.
そうだね。多分幻を見ていたんだ。あれは一度幸福だった時の夢だった。
Severing the ties that bound him, Sojiro turned his back away from the snowy clearing, away from the unfamiliar yet familiar place where he had known happiness.
さあ、早く帰ろう。青崎は重いし、体も疲れてる。
Oh, you shouldn't say that to her.
洋館に着いたらあったかいお茶を入れよう、アリス。
Sojiro spoke her name with a smile. Her heart skipped a beat. Oh, did she? Since when did he start saying her name so casually like that? Somehow, she managed a nod before beginning to walk again. As he moved away from her, she asked a small question into his back.
重いって
Is she heavy? Aoko was a bit taller than Alice, so naturally she would weigh more, but Alice wanted to hear him to say it anyway. Not one to disappoint, Sojiro answered without missing a beat.
ああ、数値的に言うのなら、アリスより10キロ増しぐらい。
He's even estimating 20 more pounds than her.
そう青子が聞いてたら大変ね
Yeah, she could. Judging by Alice's tone, she was probably going to tell Aoko later.
意地が悪いな、アリスも。それに、さっきのは本人の名誉のために死者誤入してるんだ
Just round down! His attempts at being kind had likely drawn him closer to his deathbed.
ダメかな。
He asked nervously. Alice could not help but crack a smile at his innocence. However, she was not used to smiling in front of others, so she turned away and walked into the woods. From Sojiro's perspective, she was storming off in a mood.
なんだ、友達の悪口で怒るなんて、やっぱり仲はいいんじゃないか、青崎。
Sojiro rushed to catch up with Alice, gently carrying Aoko along the way. Though the prince lacked the courage to kiss the sleeping princess, he at least saved her and was bringing her back to her castle. Despite what he had been through, he did not look like your typical hero. Still, in this story at least, he most certainly was. Oh. Damn. All scenarios read. I'm pretty sure this is the epilogue. This could be the epilogue. "6 days pass, the weather at that time sunny and clear. A Tale of the Star. The calming music. Yo, gentle, casual theme. It first came to Sojiro's attention when he was resting with Alice after spending all day cleaning.
宗十郎、今日ぐらいはバイト休みでしょ
Seems like the same as usual. Aoko asked him in her usual manner, immediately upon entering the drawing room. It was already nighttime, approaching 9 o'clock. The afternoon's sunny weather had changed abruptly, and thick clouds more visible out the window. Awoken from his nonchalant daydreaming, Sojiro tilted his head to the side and replied calmly.
休みだけど、どうして？
これから実家に戻るから用意しておいて。
Oh, is he going to meet her parents? Sojiro's peaceful expression had grown tense the moment she appeared. Unsure of what any of this had to do with him, he stole a glance at Alice, who was seated across from him. I'm surprised his memories of his time with them did not erase. However, she looked surprised as well, her eyes widening ever so slightly as she studied the other two.
用意って何の？
he replied timidly, struggling to hide his bitterness at Aoko for waiting until the clearing was finished before deciding to show up.
用意は用意よ。1時間ぐらい歩く山の上だから、寒くない格好をしろって言ってるの。
Oh, just an hour up to walk up the mountain? Sojiro's expression only grew darker. The way she spoke made it sound like
しずきくんを連れて行くの。
Alice spoke up before Sojiro himself could manage to say anything. Aoko brusquely asked if there was a problem.
私だってあんなとこに行きたくないわよ。けど、今日ぐらいは顔を出せってうるさいから、本当に顔だけ見せに行くの。
So she's gonna bring him as an excuse?
小十郎を連れて行くのは単に暇だからだけど。
She stood tall as if challenging her roommate to oppose her decision. Alice's face was dour as she gazed back. Sojiro's irritation was obvious as well as he glared at Aoko. Of course, their unspoken objection had no effect on Aoko in the slightest. Shoji just wants to bring Sojiro just for the sake of it. No apparent reason.
それじゃあ、班になったら出かけるからね。
9:30? Having said all she wanted, Aoko disappeared from the room once again. Alice and Sojiro could only sit in dumbfounded silence. Even her eyes.
青崎の家って遠いのか?
He stared at the clock as he spoke. There were only 10 minutes to go until half past the hour.
場所的には三崎市の端よ。ここから電車で4駅分下った小さな山の中にある。
4 stops away by train.
あなたの住んでいたところに比べれば丘でしょうけど。
Though it's more like a hill by your standards. Her expression had not changed, but her voice made it obvious she was in a poor mood. His complete obliviousness to this fact only showed how clueless he truly was.
そっか。今から行ったら帰ってくるのは明日になるね。
帰ってこられたらの話だけど。
If you even make it back. What is that supposed to mean? Each spoke to themselves as if there were no one else in the room. Those about to embark on a journey always feel a sense of dread, and he was no exception.
青崎の家ってお化けでも出るのか?
Alice did not say anything in response. All she did was raise her eyes from her teacup to stare wordlessly at him.
アリス?
His question caused her to suddenly avert her eyes. Something seemed off about her today. The minute hand on the clock was about to reach 30. Bothered as he was by Alice's odd behavior, Sojiro had no choice but to stand up from the sofa and take his leave. Is she actually embarrassed in front of
それ
him?
じゃあ行ってくるよ。
Sojiro hurried through the drawing room. Why does she look so sad all of a sudden? Alice kept staring at his back until he was gone. She really is into him, huh? Wow, how ironic. By the time he had changed in his room and returned to the foyer, Aoko was already waiting and ready to go. Furthermore, Alice was at her side, and they were deep in conversation. She abruptly ended their chat as soon as he descended the stairs.
それじゃあ行きましょうか。アリス、留守番よろしくね。
Well, it is her house, she responded with a simple nod. There was determination in Aoko's step as she strode to the door. Sojiro made to follow her as he donned his coat in the foyer.
ほら、ぐずぐずしない。
Her words made him pick up his pace, but he stopped suddenly, as if he had remembered something. He looked back at Alice as if to say he had left the heater on in his room, or some other important matter.
それじゃあ行ってくる。できるだけ早めに帰ってくるから。寝ないで待ってるんだぞ。
This is gonna cause some misunderstanding there, Soji. Alice blinked in shock at his unexpected request. Aoko looked on with arms folded as Sojiro stood waiting for a response. Bewildered, Alice finally returned to the drawing room without uttering a single word. Her only response had been very smallest of nods. They were headed for Akikoshiro train station. The night had grown late. It was nearly 11 o'clock. A train full of tourists went by in the opposite direction before the two finally arrived at the tiny station. The surrounding area was incredibly dark and quiet. In fact, it felt less like a station and more like a small boat dock. Sojiro had a hard time imagining that many people came here, even during the day. He had only the absolute bare minimum necessary to greet the odd visitor. There were no convenience stores in sight, only fields and the streetlights that dotted the road. Alko placed her ticket in front of the attendant who sat sleeping in his chair, and skimmed the train schedule. The last and only train back departed just after midnight. Oh, look at this, AJ. Having confirmed her options, she headed hastily out of the station. The elderly station attendant was all alone. He had dozed off with both the heater and television still turned on. As he slept, his face looked completely content. The night felt vast in its darkness. Small train station had been rendered obsolete now that cars were commonplace. It was like a lone star shining in the night sky. Sojiro thanked the attendant for his service before stepping out into the darkness. The man must have looked after the station for decades at this point, and would likely continue until the day he died. This is quite the long walk. Outside the station, there was little in the way of human development. It could scarcely be called a village. There was not even an area out front for cars and buses to drop people off. Their eyes met only with apparent panorama of flat fields interlaced with the lattice of footpaths. Though surely, a sea of beautiful green in the summertime during winter. It was more like a wasteland. However, electric lights felt strangely out of place illuminated one side of the dark vista. The cold only grew harsher as the night wore on. It relentlessly snatched all sensation from the fingertips. Aoko thus kept her hands in pocket as she strode through the paths among the fields. She could feel the ground below through her shoes. Its softness was unlike that of the city, and for her it brought back countless memories. She had walked this path every day in middle school, after all. Damn. Damn. So she was walking back and forth in middle school. She pointed out a mountain that rose up before them with her finger. The journey looked like it would take about 40 minutes on foot. For now, they remained among the rice fields, though their journey would continue beyond them. Alko followed the path, bathed in light without looking back. The path seemed to hang before them like a pier leading out onto the darkness of the ocean. Into the darkness of the ocean. So no small chat, just walk. The closer they got to the mountain, the darker it became. All signs of the hustle and bustle of human life were absent. The dark stillness made the moon overhead seem dazzling. Its light transformed the mountain path from blackness into mere shadow. Though dark, the surroundings were not totally indiscernible. The seemingly unending path stretched on and on. Sojiro, doing his best to match Alko's pace, stole a momentary glance at the profile of her face. Did she not feel frightened in this quiet darkness, even with the moon to light the way? Her expressions showed no outright signs of discomfort as she strode on in silence. In fact, this was how she always looked like when she was trying to act tough. He had only had months' experience with her, but that much he knew. There was obviously something on her mind she couldn't ignore, no matter how small it might be. She responded to his tentative question with a surprising nod. Oh, so Sojiro could see through her. Is... Oh, so it was like a long walk. So in the end, she wanted some company. Sojiro fell into silence. He was not bothered by what she said. Rather, he was desperately searching for something to say in response. Their path through the night continued onward. Only the sound of their footsteps could be heard. Eventually, Aoko was unable to endure the silence any longer despite her best efforts.
宗十郎、退屈しのぎに何か話してよ。
Oh, she wants him to talk.
参ったな。話すようなことはないんだけど。
He felt clueless and ashamed. He had been searching unsuccessfully for a topic throughout their awkward silence. Shocked though she was, Aoko let out a gentle sigh. At least for a moment, his simple earnestness was enough to make her forget all about her troubles.
バカね。嘘でも何でもいいから、とにかく話をすればいいの。別に面白い話なんて期待してないから。
Her blunt retort was not entirely honest. She wants some company. She would surely scold him if he dared lie to her. Sojiro said as much, reminding her of how she had claimed to hate lies. Naturally, she did not bother responding.
仕方ない。話はないけど、聞きたいことならあった。何でもいいなら、それもいいだろう。
A slight scowl crossed her face at his suggestion, but it lasted only a minute before she returned to her previous calm state.
ま、それもいいか。どうせ、もうすぐ忘れるんだから。
Is he gonna mention about her weight? She muttered her reply without making eye contact. Their destination in the mountains remained hidden from them, revealing not even a hint of its form. It had bothered him ever since that night. What was the truth behind it all, and how would the two sisters' drama unfold? Sojiro decided to press Aoko for details.
それで、トウコさんは何がしたかったんだ？
あれ、言わなかった？私への復讐と根源に接触することだって。根源の渦については前に少しだけ話したでしょ？
確か、魔術の源だっけ？
そう。そして最終目的でもあるわ。根源の渦っていうのは、すべての英知が記録された位置、すべての事柄が決定された場所。
It feels like the end. We're about to get near a closing in
そこを見て
session.
触れて、理解できれば、不可能なんて言葉すら作り変えられる。伝承によって呼び名は様々だけど、要するに神様のいる位置なんでしょうね。
God lives.
っていうのは、八百万的なものじゃなく。
Like in Shinto.
たまにそういうこと言い出すから厄介よね、あんたは。そりゃ万象に宿る神様もいるでしょうけど、これはその前。そういうのを決めた大前提みたいなものよ。
Something, a being beyond
そん
God.
なものの入り口がどうして岬にあったのかは知らないけど、祖父はそれを発見して、新しい魔法を作り出した。
The entrance of the root is located in Misaki?
でも、その後に根源への道を閉ざしちゃったのよ。
Oh.
魔法さえ成立したのなら、神様への道は消えるべきだって。
Create magic. No one should be allowed to go there.
多分、私たちが生きてる限り解放する気はなくて、トウコはそれが腹立たしかったんだと思う。
Seriously?
たとえ力不足で取り込まれても、道があるのなら試すべきだ。自己の消滅を恐れるぐらいなら、そもそも魔術なんて学ばなかったってね。でも祖父は礎になろうとする一切認めなかった。
Is that why she didn't give her the magic crest?
もっと強力な跡継ぎが生まれるまで根源の解析は許可しない。跡継ぎに魔法を譲るけれど、根源への道だけは閉ざしていたのよ。トウコの気持ちもわかるけど、私は祖父に賛成だわ。根源なんてものに興味はないし、第一、今まで一人も生還者がいないんだもの。それが本当に神々の座なのか保証もないし。
Nobody ever lived to tell the tale about the root. Her mood gradually soured as she spoke, and towards the end, it sounded more like a list of complaints. Despite her words, however, part of Aoko was unable to agree completely with her grandfather's decision. Sojiro took note and followed up with a question about something he found strange.
青崎、一人も生還者がいないってどういうことだ？
根源に触れて帰ってきた者は一人もいないの。世界規模でね。
Nobody ever returned alive.
人間程度の魂だと触れた瞬間に元に戻るとか、根源に取り込まれるとか。
Didn't Ryogi Shiki made contact with the root? Or technically, like in the, like, Void Shiki?
なんでどんなに歴史に名を残した魔術師でもあれにだけは触れていないわ。せいぜい間近にして大急ぎで自分の魔術を安定させた程度だもの。
Damn, this root must be crazy. Sojiro furrowed his brow at the oddness of it all.
それじゃあどうしてそこがそういう場所だってわかるんだ？
そりゃ中に入って伝えた人がいたからでしょ。
Oh, really? Was it Zelrich?
でも生還者はいないって。
だからそういう人たちは中で神様にでもなっちゃったんじゃない？
She spoke very matter-of-factly, as if it was only a minor detail about something that had happened the other day.
そうなればこっちに帰ってくる必要はないでしょうし、もしかすると単に帰ってこられないだけかもね。ま、神様って位置づけが私たちが思っているようなものとは思えないからあまり幸福そうには思えないけど。
I mean, that is a good question. If nobody ever made it back to the root, then why do people know the existence? How did people ever mention of the root? Whether they succeed or fail in their endeavor, those who reach the root became unable to return to the normal world. Maybe the first person to become God felt lonely and spread the word about this world root in order to have others join them there. Is that what Sojiro is thinking? Or maybe they had so much work to do as God they just needed some help. None of it made any sense no matter how long Sojiro thought about it.
トウコさんはそうなりたかったのかな？
まさかあの人は単に知りたかっただけよ。その後に残された人たちのことなんて興味はないの。昔から目標に没頭しても成果を愛する人じゃなかったから。正直なところそのあたり姉貴は突き抜けてるわ。
Do they still remember that field of flowers? Where's that? Or they just forgotten that?
本当の天才ってのはああいう非人間のこと言うのよ。苦労して作り上げたもののその後を全く考えないんだから。
Sojiro wasn't sure whether she spoke out of disgust or respect.
でもそのくせ面倒見はいいっていうか。
Well, except her sister.
未来のことは考えないのに今あるものには何にでも興味を持つんだから。
Haoko praised her sister's genius, even while cursing her every being. Though her tone of voice was perfectly pleasant and lacked any audible animosity.
そうだね。それにトウコさんはこっちの方が好きみたいだったから。
As soon as he spoke, he was struck by the meaning of Aoko's earlier words. I don't care about the root. He realized that she must have felt the same way as Toko. And Toko never cared about the root. Still, there was one thing that had been bothering Sojiro regarding Toko.
そういえばカエルにするって一体。
He ventured to bring up the topic no one had been talking about since it occurred. It had always seemed taboo to bring up, so a sense of transgression made him hesitate as he finally saw the truth.
一体も何も言葉通りの意味だけど、もともとルーン使いには変身術がある分トウコにはかかりやすかったみたいよ。
いや、そんな当然のように言われても。
His stomach hurt from the stress of not knowing how to respond to her cavalier attitude.
まあ、それでどうやって。
He did not particularly want to ask, but it was the natural extension of his current line of inquiry. Haoko stared straight ahead as she lectured him, completely ignoring the pained expression of his face.
2種類あって精神を入れ替えるのか肉体を再編成するかね。
Yeah?
精神だけを入れ替えるのは簡単な分すぐ元に戻れるわ。夢を見ているようなものだし、ちょっとしたショックで元の体に意識が戻ってくれるから。
Mm-hmm.
厄介なのは肉体そのものを変えてしまう方で、この場合術が切れるまで元に戻るのは難しいでしょうね。
So the mind of the frog is there, but your human senses have been retained. Hard to revert back before the spell
私
ends.
がやったのはその再編成の方みたい。多分塩基配列を組み替えるんだろうけど、もうちんぷんかんぷん。魔術が科学的な説明するのもナンセンスだし。
Yeah. Aoko spoke as if it were not her own actions she were discussing. Apparently, she had been borrowing magecraft from her future self and could not use any of it in the present. Her actions had also created a looming threat that would come back to haunt them in 10 years' time. Trying to comprehend even a fraction of all the intricacies involved made Sojiro's head hurt.
あと数年後には青崎はそんなこともできるのか。末恐ろしいな。
Sojiro was being completely honest with her. In response, Aoko only stared ahead blankly, eyes opened wide. She looked like she wanted to scold him.
ね、アリスならそれぐらい今でもできるわよ。
なんだと。
Shh.
やっぱり、ね、
He's pale
そ
now.
んなことだと思ってたわ。
There's no color to his skin. What the hell?
前にも言ったでしょ。アリスの部屋のもろもろの人形はあの子に逆らった執事たちの慣れの果てなんだから。
Oh damn. No wonder they were he felt like it was staring at him.
まさかアリスはそんなことしないぞ。
Yeah, right. He doesn't believe her.
いやいや、これが私もね、付き合い始めた半年はそう思ってたんだけどね。
For 6 months or so. The light, cheerful laughter that followed only made her statement all the more chilling.
青崎、その冗談笑えないぞ。
I don't think she's joking.
あら、私は笑わせる気なんてこれっぽっちもないんだけど。
She was clearly making fun of him at this point. Unable to determine how serious to take what she had said, Sojiro's mood and expression only grew darker. His obvious dejection made Aoko smile with satisfaction.
あそこであんたの言葉にうなずいちゃうあの子がそこまで魔女になれるはずもないんだけど。
She gazed at him as they walked, her chest warm with emotion. Gotta change my seeing position. The path they strode had shifted from footpaths through rice fields to a road climbing the mountain. It was surprisingly wide given the mountain's small size, though with no shortage of trees on either side. The forest road led them up to the top of the mountain. Wheel marks were etched into the dirt underfoot. No doubt the Aozaki family came through here by car. The only light at the summit was that of the moon and stars overhead. The bald mountain top lacked streetlights and houses as well as vegetation. I'm really liking this soothing soundtrack. Really gives off a Christmas time feeling. Even though it's fall here. Even though we're in the midst of August. Near the top, the incline of their path began to even out. The road ended abruptly at a house, still a good way away before them. Way away? But it was too far to make out the shape of the building. Sojiro assumed it was Aozaki's house based on the warm light coming from the windows.
ところで、君が家で団らんしている間、自分は何をしていればいいんだろう。
Family bonding time. Sojiro had a hard time imagining Aoko engaging in any sort of family bonding time, but with effort, he could imagine it must be a joyful time for her. He did not ruin that by intruding, which is why he brought up the subject now. If he had to, he would not have minded spending the night camping outside. Her reply was not what he had expected.
君はうちの離れに行って祖父に会うの。
His grandfather? Her grandfather?
そこで今日までの記憶を消されるわ。
She stopped dead in her tracks as she spoke. Oh yeah, that was part of the accordance, right? The frank and open attitude she had shown all night was now gone. Sojiro was too shocked to take another step forward. He turned back to look at her, having been walking a little ways ahead, and realized she was not joking. He stood still, taking in the glaring silence. I mean, that was part of the deal, wasn't it? Naturally, Aoko was the first to resume speaking.
驚かないのね、あなた。
いや、驚いたけど。でも、それは初めから決まっていたことだ。
退屈しのぎは本当よ。それとは別に、祖父があなたを連れてこいって言ったの。
So that was it. Sojiro nodded in acceptance. He was as quiet and unchanging as the night around him. Aoko found it thoroughly irritating.
それじゃあ行こうか。 立っていると寒い。
宗十郎、
He's accepting that as if. Aoko's voice stopped in his tracks, just as he was about to resume walking toward her house.
あなたはそれでいいの？記憶を消されるってことは、今までの1ヶ月がなくなるのと同じなのよ。
Yeah, it's so crazy that this all transgressed with an entire month. Sojiro murmured in understanding. The thought of returning to his old self and forgetting about Aoko, Alice, and the mansion altogether felt like giving up a treasure he had discovered. But he didn't feel that he was unable to let them go either.
確かにそれは嫌だな。青崎と知り合ってからの1ヶ月は楽しかったし、アリスとも約束したばっかりだし。でも、青崎が消えるわけじゃないんだろう。冬休みが終われば、また学校で会えるじゃないか。
There was no answer from Aoko. She did not tell him that he was not the only one who would be losing their memory. Intervention by her grandfather would erase her own memories of Sojiro too. Once it was done, they would most likely never even speak with one another again. Each would become just another random student at school. Even if they did happen to meet by some lucky circumstance, things would not be the same as they were now. She could not deny that a small part of her was going to miss him.
そう、なら行きましょう。
She rationalized her feelings away instead of processing them, and set off once more toward the house. Sojiro following it along at her side. It was a matter of several minutes before they reached their destination. She was irritated to see that the expression on his face looked exactly the same as it always did. Is she embarrassed now? Forgetting their time together was sad for her, if only slightly so, but did not seem to bother him in the least.
そりゃね。平気で自分の腕を叩き折れるやつに、そんな繊細なこと期待していないけど。
Halfway through muttering her complaint, Aoko suddenly remembered. Or rather, she realized something. Oh yeah, his broken arms. Something about the one-time werewolf killer before her. And the mystery of who Sojiro Shizuki really was. The older version of herself that night had memories and knowledge of Sojiro behind what she knew now. She knew something about this seemingly average boy's mistakes. Why he was able to do what he did, and why he was raised in the mountains in the first place. She had always wondered, but never had a chance to ask him about it, until now. Once her grandfather was through with them, all those questions she had about Sojiro would be gone too. Not gonna ask? Not curious? There was no point in asking right before they had their memories erased, but then again, she might as well if she was going to forget everything anyway. This was her only chance to demand an explanation for his contradictory behavior.
待って。私も最後に一つ聞きたいことがある。あんた、山でどんな生活を送ってたの？
Her question stopped him on the spot. She had never seen him make such a pained expression.
つまらないよ、そんな話は。
Oh, so
面
boring.
白い話は期待してないって言ったでしょ。どうせ私も宗十郎のことは忘れるんだから、それぐらい話してくれてもいいんじゃない？
Her words and demanding gaze caused him to lift his head in surprise.
忘れるって、青崎が？
当然よ。あんたが忘れても私が覚えているんじゃ意味がないでしょ。お互いが忘れなくちゃ人と人の関係は立てないわ。言ってこいで公平じゃない。なんでそんな顔するの？
Sojiro's hand shot up to cover his mouth in response. He had no idea what kind of look he had been giving her, but he had a feeling it had been pretty pathetic.
そうか。青崎も忘れるのか。そこまでは考えていなかった。
ええ。そして私はあなたとは会わなくなる。断定はできないけど、まず間違いなくね。
Damn. Thus, this would be their last conversation. The way she spoke made it obvious, even if he had been aware of what awaited him. Sojiro might see her walk by at school and feel a desire to talk, but they would have no reason to interact. Even if he tried to strike up a conversation, he knew she was not the type to bother much with other people. More importantly, he was not the type to strike up conversations in the first place. Not the way he had been a month ago, at least. That was when he finally realized how cruel it would be to forget something. Not only would he forget what they had done together, he would not so much as know her name, or even be aware that she existed. If he felt strangely drawn to her, he would never understand why. Even some lucky twist of fate brought them together, things would never be the same. Their walk that night was no less than a funeral for them both. He would essentially kill the person he knew as Aoko Aozaki. And she would kill the person she knew as Shizuki Sojuro, Aozaki Aoko. Afterward, nothing would remain.
だからその前に聞いておきたいの。嫌だって言うならあとはこのまま家まで直行するだけだけど。
それは寂しいな。くだらない話だけど会話がないよりはマシだろ。
Muttering under his breath, Sojuro set off towards the house once again. This time, it was Aoko who matched his pace. There were merely only minutes left before their path came to its end. The cold air turned their breath into white puffs that hung frozen in the dark night. I wonder if he talks about his past that might be an excuse not to erase it, both of their memories. Looking back on their conversation later, Aoko would think it seemed more of a confession than anything else. For Sojuro, however, it was like one long, poorly told fairy tale.
山での暮らしは別にどうということはない。毎日同じことを繰り返して毎日同じことを教えられた。そこでは明日はないんだ。始まりが朝で夜になれば終わる。
Damn.
一日は次の日にはつながらない。だから明日を夢見ることもない。
So why let him go?
次の日を楽しみにするなんて言葉はこっちに来てから知った感覚だったな。初めは馴染めなかったし馴染む気もなかった。けどみんながまた明日と満足そうに口にする。いつの間にかそういうものを夢見るようになっている自分がいた。
Sojuro kept walking as he spoke. He stared straight ahead as if telling his story to the night itself, not once turning to face Aoko. For her part, Aoko was utterly silent. She knew it was pointless to do so much as nod or ask a question.
ふと気がつくと昨日までいた誰かがいない。訪ねて
Gone?
夜に体調を崩したらしい。たまにね、眠れなくなって家から出て行って、それっきりな人もいたんだ。
They just walk?
見なくなってしばらくした後、崖の下で見覚えのある遺体を見つけたこともあった。今にして思うと、それは異常なことだ。集まって暮らしていればそんなことにはならなかったのに、自分たちは関わらなかった。
Damn.
一日で完結する世界だったから、他人は必要じゃなかったのかもしれない。
Was he raised in a cold-hearted people?
山では食べるものも少なかった。飢えないためには他の人が寄りつけない場所に行くことが多くなる。その途中の道でいなくなってしまう人も多かった。
Man, how was he living? What was he living like?
誰も他人から奪うことを考えなかった。口にできるものを探すとき、気を配る相手は犬だの熊だのだけで、人を気にすることはなかったんだよ。今はその逆になりつつあるけど。
Things are the other way.
ともかく生活の半分はそれだけで済んでいた。
Sojuro continued to stare straight ahead. He did not seem troubled by his memories. To Aoko's ears, it sounded like he was describing a place no one in their right mind would want to live, as if it were perfectly normal. It was almost as if he missed it. But from that point onward, he slowly began to show more signs of distress as he spoke.
もう半分は、まあ、身を守る手段を教わっていた。
Oh.
学校の授業に比べたら些細なことだ。単に自分の体はどう動くものなのか、生き物はどう動くものなのかをよく見て、よく考えろと言われた。単純な反復運動だ。
Kicking
小石を蹴
stone.
ったり、森の中にこもったり、まあ、そんな意味合いのことをやっていたんだ。
He was taught survival skills?
あの決まり事が始まると、朝も夜もなかった。外の変化に気持ちを向ける余裕はなくて、 と気がつくと随分長く食事をしていない。なんてのもザラだった。あ、ちゃんとご飯はもらえたよ。そういうのの後は。あれが何のためだったのかは、今でもわからない。ただ、山で暮らしていくには役に立ったし、そもそもあれだって生活の一部だった。
Just like that.
生きるってことは、そうすることだって思ってた。こうやって息をして歩くためには、あの繰り返しは当然のものだったんだ。
Damn, he really has that mindset there.
宗十郎、それは。
His tone was totally indifferent, but the strangeness of it all forced Aoko to interject. He glanced at Aoko and nodded as if to show he knew what she was thinking.
何かがおかしかったんだろう。あれは身を守る知恵じゃなくて、もっと違う用途のものだった。たまにいなくなる知り合いは山の土になったんじゃなくて、他の場所で他の理由で消えた場合もあったんだろう。
Is it because he's raised by crazy people?
でも考えることさえなかった。精神の隙間を知れだの、命の勝ち負けを知れだの、意味を汲み取らないまま鵜呑みにして、当然のように繰り返した。それがどう評価されるものなのか、俺にはわからない。
Damn.
ただ、知らなければ、外のことなんて知らなければ、悩むことなく、自分はそこに居続けられたと思う。
あなたの嫌いな生き死にの真似を続けて。
He did not respond to her question. From then on, they continued walking in silence. Aoko could not stop thinking about all the contradictions and absurdities in what he had said. The imbalance in his education, for one. His knowledge of the basics of human life was thorough, yet he knew next to nothing about modern technology. He always said he was not good at socializing, but he seemed accustomed to talking and discussion. His upbringing could not have happened that way by chance. It was most certainly an environment purposefully constructed by some third party. Aoko had no idea what that purpose could be, or who the third party was though. Why would anyone want to create someone with a background like Sojiro's? Was it all part of a grander plan? Or was there really a place deep in the mountains where it was normal to live like that? I know, I think there's something going on in that mountain. He had asked about this once in his home in the mountains, apparently. When he expressed his confusion, the elder had taken him aside, saying, "This is just how things always have been around here, boy. There's no reason to keep doing it, but there's also no reason to stop." With a laugh, the elder chose a new identity and life outside the mountains for young Sojiro, and sent him off to live on his own. Aoko's home loomed at the end of their path. It was a generic home without any real distinguishing features. It seemed as if a house from town had been picked up and dropped here. One could imagine the residents were peaceful people who engaged in farming and raising animals in their spare time. Gazing at what lay before him, Sojiro finally opened his mouth to answer Aoko's earlier question.
自分にはできなかった。知らなければよかったのに知ってしまったから。
Now I know, and I can never go back.
その後は簡単だ。泣けない鳥はいらないと言われた。
No one wants a bird that can't sing.
今まで疑いもなくできたことを、意味を知っただけでできなくなったものはいらないと。
Once you know the truth, you just don't want it in your life anymore.
どんなに山にいたくても、できないのなら意味がない。
No point even trying.
俺は意味を知った瞬間に、意味を信じることができなくなった。だから山を降りたんだ。けれど、どうなんだろう。そこではそうすることだけが全てだった。
The only thing he ever known.
そうすることだけしか教えられなかった。だから。
There had been only one problem with his life in the mountains. Himself, for having questioned it. It was all his mistake. He muttered as much to himself, his voice dripping with criticism. In Aoko's opinion, the world he described was, in a sense, perfect. The best environment to achieve a goal was one in which all elements extraneous to that goal had been removed. As long as the people involved had no concept of morality, they would consider the immoral to be correct. No, even correctness would be a foreign concept. Only one thing was for sure. The world Sojiro had come from was frozen in time. That was what made his tragedy possible. A world of wrongdoing and mistakes had created a human riddled with mistakes as well. Sojiro understood that it was wrong, and yet he still thought it beautiful even now. Regardless of what the truth behind it might have been, he considered that world perfect. The outside world? Or the mountains? Probably the outside world. He only blamed himself for having learned what existed outside that world. Just earlier, he'd said he would have been happier. He'd said that he would have been happier. He surely felt the weight of the sinful words he spoke more deeply than anyone else. That's why he still wondered. What had gone awry? Whose fault was it, really? He did not want to answer these questions alone. He wanted her to state it clearly for him. There was a moment of silence that felt like an eternity before she spoke. Her reply came quietly. She had an answer, but she couldn't tell him. It was a struggle for her to tell such a bold-faced lie. The boy reflected deeply on what she said. He knew right away that her words were coming from a place of kindness. Oh. Even the blunt-faced Aoko could not tell him. Even he knew she's lying. A pleasant look floated across his face, at which Aoko could only scowl. She found herself unable to offer any protest against such a blunt statement. It was because she knew he was correct. Sojiro smiled in response to her vaguely sad consent as if to say, "Told you so." His indulgent smirk arose from his sense of personal pride in the situation. It was both warm-hearted and uncomfortable, causing Aoko to instantly regret her question. If only she had to ask about something else, something random that did not matter, then she never would have ended up in a mood like this. Looks like any other normal house. Only a few minutes remained until their path came to an end. Surrounded by a wooden fence, the house resembled an inn for passing travelers in winter. The light spilling out from the window brought to mind images of a lively dinner table, quite the opposite of the current mood between the two. Aoko stopped at the entrance to the yard. Did she feel compelled to apologize despite... No, because it was their last conversation? Sojiro's only response was to shrug it off. He looked up at the house they had hiked so far to reach, his breath hanging white in the air. All signs of gloom were gone from Sojiro's face as he nodded. Huh, yeah, if there is a next time. He turned his head to face Aoko with an ephemeral smile. He's just hoping that they have a next conversation? He was his usual, nonchalant self, the same as every other day. Aoko prayed that day would never come. For her own peace of mind, but also for the well-being to this very unique boy. Even though he knows? Then she pointed in the direction of the cave, hidden by a small forest on the other side of the house. We're off at midnight. Sarcastic grin spread across her face as she spoke. And so, Sojiro walked off, totally clueless as to what fairy tale she was referencing. The forest felt so far from the house to Aoko that it was like a different place on Earth altogether. In reality, it wasn't far at all, only 5 minutes away.
さよなら、しずきくん。
Their last moments. She said it to herself, as she watched him simply walk away without turning back. Though, he wasn't meant to hear her words of parting. They apparently reached his ears anyway. He's really hoping to see her around town tomorrow. He raised his hand in farewell, and then disappeared into the forest. As soon as she was sure he was gone, she turned her gaze to the sky. That night, the stars were even more beautiful than the moon. He had been looking at her fondly only moments before. Now he was gone into the forest, with only a brief word of parting. It did not feel real. And with that, she finally understood, if a little too late to matter. She understood who had truly been the strange and unusual one. Anyone could have ended up behaving like Sojuro. Really now. But not many could keep talking on and on the way he did. Everything he had done now was perfectly sensible in light of his former life in the mountains. As a magician, she was supposed to make miracles happen. But he had arrived at a miracle of his own through the trials and tribulations of following what he considered to be common sense. Yeah, it was pretty impressive. Sojuro's own magic was so mundane to him that it made him depressed to talk about it. But even so, it was the kind of brilliance only possessed by humans. She pulled her eyes back down from the starry sky and began to walk. The lights were on inside the entrance, and the door was unlocked. Oh, wait, what? Door was unlocked? Aoko rolled up her sleeves and checked the time. 1 hour left until midnight. She had just barely managed to satisfy her parents' request to visit before the end of the year. Placing her hand on the door, she took a deep breath. She promptly stifled the faint affection and sadness she had been feeling. It was her first time back in 2 years. Upon entering high school 2 years ago, she began living on her own. How time flew by. For some reason, the memories began to race through her mind. There she stood, one hand on the door, reflecting on the past. Once the door was open, she would be staring at her future instead. I get the feeling that there might be blood in her house. Her hand holding the doorknob began to move. She was met with the warm scene she expected, though strangely different from that of her memories. It was comforting to encounter something familiar after being away for so long. Could be her parents might be dead. I don't know. And so it was with small unspoken gratitude that Aoko returned to her home. Without stopping to ring the doorbell, she called out with a smile, "Tadaima!" The moment Sojuro stepped inside, he was struck with a strange feeling of familiarity. It was not mere nostalgia either. No, it reached further back into the past. It was a feeling far from beyond what he could even imagine. So he arrived at the grandfather's place. He was reminded of someone, but he could not remember who. Perhaps he was only reminded of himself, or perhaps of the old man before him now in the cavern. It appeared to be an old man anyway. Sojuro could not make out any details beyond the vague outline. As far as he could tell, the figure did not seem to have anything in the way of a face capable of making expressions. Is that really her grandfather? All he knew was that the smoke-like figure before him was the one Aoko called grandfather. Wait, he considered Alice as her? Oh no, I think he meant Toko. Though hoarse, the old man's voice was powerful and rang throughout the cavern. He wants to ask his wish?
望みはないです。でも、聞きたいことは一つあります。どうして二人を争わせたんですか？
それは私の外で起きた物語だ。答えることはできない。
そう仕向けたのはあなただと聞きました。
星の巡りだ。
Starts to blame.
あれらは相入れない才能を与えられ、あのような形でしか噛み合えない人間だ。私の意図に関係なく、共にいればどちらかがきしみを上げた。だが、確かに衝突を避ける余地はあった。あれらの意志が凡庸であったか、あるい
Innocuous?
は破格のものであったのなら、多くの不順に耐えただろう。
What's Innocuous? Innocuous. Not harmful or offensive.
君のように自己の崩壊が見えていても共存を尊ぶように。しかし娘たちはそれを選ばなかった。
彼女たちが争うのは彼女たちのせいだって言うんですね。
Huh.
その原因はあなたにあるのに。
How contradictory.
そうだ。あれらの争いはあれらの生を表すもの。
Reflection of their lives.
原因というのなら私などゼロに等しい。
Take zero responsibility.
ゼロ。形がないということですか。
Zero physical proof.
形ではなく意味がない。私という起因から起こり、娘たちが一つの命を得た時点で私は舞台から消え失せた。その後の因は常に娘たちから生じたものだ。私の介入はない。
So they're just like that, huh?
今回どちらが時間を終わらせても、あるいは両者が終わらせても私には無価値だった。いや、もとより無価値だ。
So why are you here?
私に価値を与える命はまだ生まれていない。
Has not yet come to be.
あれらがどうなろうとやるべきことは変わらない。
So what is it you have to do?
青子が生きていても死んでいても後継ぎを作るということですか。
おそらくこの体が消えないのはそういうことだ。
Huh. How callous. The steamy energy that filled the cavern made Sojiro's head reel. The moment Aoko and Toko were born, their grandfathers seemed to have completely forgotten that they were his granddaughters. It was hard to imagine a satisfactory Aozaki heir ever being born. No amount of power would ever satisfy the old man. He showed no signs of compromise or restraint.
青子はそのために過去を捨てたのに。
There was nothing but silence. However, this short moment of quiet would only occur once. The unreadable outline of the old man grew blurrier still. Long ago, a child wandered into the cave, her karma empty. The old man automatically granted her request born from innocence and ignorance. He was a magician who had given up his ego in order to extend his own lifespan, and he did whatever he could to help the child. It had been an incredible coincidence to happen that day. Oh, the bleeding cat. Faced with the shin that she had invited, the child only glared at the old man with tear-filled eyes. Everything will be lost. It will happen, completely and without warning, thanks to the failure of a nobody. Thanks to you, he had declared. The child threw a tantrum at how unfair it all was. The magician claimed that was merely the way of the world. The child stood up to him. Shut up, old man. Usai o oji, Gigi. And then... Yes, and then... The child ran around in tears, trying to make the old man pay for the cost of a life, at the cost of all lives.
それは間違いだ、少年。
Perhaps that's how it happened.
捨てたのではない。それを美しくするために、あれは生きているのだ。
Oh, even the grandfather... Yeah, that's definitely Aoko. That role had likely come to an end long ago, however. The old man's appearance seemed to change before Sojiro's eyes. For just a brief moment, He wavered in the air as if in a haze.
君の過ちを正そう。娘たちは私というものをよく分かっている。ともすれば、私本人より理解しているとも言える。私が娘たちの人格を考慮せぬように、娘たちもまた私というものの人格を認めていない。
Yeah, I guess I assume they don't give a shit about you.
祖父さえいなかったのならという考えさえないだろう。彼らはそもそも争い合う自分たちを一度も卑下はしないはずだ。君にその関係を分かれというのは酷だろうな。尋ね事は終わったようだ。次は私の番だ。君の名前を知りたい。
Sojiro answered the old man's question. The smoky face seemed to frown, quivering ever so slightly.
意外だ。君は孤立しているというのに、複数を示す名がついているとは。
Shizuki? Wait, so part of his name means 10? Meaning of your name.
似合わん。全く似合わん。
Oh, is it the Jew? As in 10?
だがそちらでは正しいことだ。不釣り合いな場所にいるのなら、不釣り合いな名が必要だろう。希少ではあるが、やはり無価値だ。すべてを肯定する諦めは死に由来するものだろう。続くものがない以上、一代限りの才能は無価値だ。
Talent in a single generation means nothing if there is no one to continue the... What's he referring? Is he referring that he is from a mage family? That's... can't be right.
我の行く末に影響を与えた君に興味を持ったが、失望した。
What, does he expect anything?
無駄な時間を過ごしたようだ。今は結ばれているが、いずれ離れていくのは変えようのない結末だ。
Inevitable.
では立ち去りたまえ。私は死者に用はない。二度と会うことはないだろう。
No use for the dead? Wait, does that mean he was already dead? Like he was just a merely walking corpse? Everything grew blurry. Sojiro's memories began to fade. It had been a conversation without any answers. An encounter without any significance. Now vanished completely like a dream. So that's it then. The air was cold, the sky beautiful. The evening sky at the end of each day looked different from the last. Each sunset could be seen for one day, and one day only. Though the sky may not look dramatically different to the human eye from one day to the next, every day we wake up a new person and forget the beautiful sights, the moments of heartbreak, and all the other fleeting feelings that seemed so real the day before. Simple statements such as these, all the more profound in the still air of mountains, more bone-piercing than the winter cold itself. Sojiro stared up at the sky as if he'd forgotten when and where he was. Aoko's look of stunned surprise brought him back to the present. Wow, he just called him Aozaki just like that. Sojiro turned to face Aoko, who had only just stepped outside her family's yard. At first, she had been too shocked to move or speak, but she quickly regained her composure and marched forward. Oh, does he remember? Does he remember her? She continued until she was standing right before him, with an intense scowl on her face. Sojiro slouched instinctively, bracing for impact. He had not the slightest idea what could have made her so angry. After I finally managed to convince myself that things were over. She was obviously irritated with him. In any case, the anger would have to subside before she could decide whether she was happy or sad to see him. Humans get angry when things do not go the way they had hoped. Hardly 10 minutes? It was supposed to have taken an entire day for her grandfather to erase his memories from the past month. She had been planning to let her grandfather handle all the details, and yet here Sojiro was, staring dumbly at the sky. Oh, his memory still retained. He's no astrologer. He just likes looking at the night sky. Bombarded with Aoko's unspoken emotion, he proceeded to explain himself.
あの老人からの伝言だけど、記憶の消去は君の役目で人に頼るな。だそうだ。今日呼ばれたのは単に悪口を聞かせたかっただけらしい。
Come to just have someone to complain to. Hearing this, Aoko finally began to feel like herself again. Despite having been ready to dish out the punishment only a few moments earlier, she now felt quite calm.
そっか。人に任せるなんて確かに私らしくなかった。
The intense look in her eyes slowly faded to her usually mildly irritated expression. It relieved Sojiro to see her like this. She was finally back to her normal self.
納得いったなら行こ
Just like that, let's get...
う。急がないと最終電車に間に合わない。
With that, he walked off without waiting for an answer. Aoko stared at his retreating figure for a brief moment, before quietly cursing him under her breath and following after him. In the end, no memory wipe. Their descent back to the station was much easier than the way there. A sheet of darkness spread out below them. There, in the middle of that ocean of black, was a single light, the tiny glowing station. They walked for some time in silence. Aoko recalled their earlier conversation, and felt she had been too naive. She should have avoided all the serious stuff, if this was how things were going to end up. Sojiro, meanwhile, was thinking nothing at all, just like usual. For him, the silence felt quite natural, while for her it was awkwardly uncomfortable. Suddenly, Sojiro splurted out the strangest thing without thinking.
アリスにはお餅を買っていってあげよう。
He's even thinking Alice. Aoko's eyes grew wide, her pupils reduced to mere points. Aoko had so many questions going around in her head, she wanted to rail at the paradox that was Sojiro.
お餅が何？
お土産。アリス一人で待っているんだから喜ぶと思う。
Oh, just thinking about, maybe I should give her a souvenir. Aoko raised her hand to her head in concern. Unprotected by the warmth of a pair of gloves, her slender fingers were white from the
あ
cold.
の子にはそういうの逆効果だけど、宗十郎がやる分には大丈夫か。
Yeah, she seems growing soft on Sojiro. His seemingly selfless attitude came in handy sometimes. Alice would most likely accept his gift without making a scene.
そうね。確かにアリスはこういうの根に持って口に出さずに恨んでるたちだけど。また、なんだってお土産がお餅なの？
だって食べたことなさそうだろ。
Never eaten one. All Aoko could do in response to such a simple-minded observation was not in agreement. The image of Alice eating mochi popped into her head, and suddenly, the prospect of getting back to the mansion felt a little more exciting.
あんたって本当に無心よね。そういえば、前から不思議に思ってたんだけど、いつからアリスと仲良くなったの？そのきっかけが私にはわからないんだけど。
Just a casual conversation back home, even though his memory isn't wiped. I thought she put a more explosive reaction, but hey, she just moved on. Aoko peered at him the way she would at a strange specimen as he took a deep breath and launched into an earnest explanation.
大きなきっかけとかそういうのはないと思うけど、強いて言うなら初めて話した時かな。もっと確かになったのはロビーで話した時だ。
In the foyer, the first time we spoke.
たったそれだけ？
ああ、親しくなるっていうのはそういうことだろ？
Yeah. Sojiro seemed to find her question odd. The way he and Alice communicated went beyond words. Aoko could only assume that was how he did it.
そういえば、初めからアリスって呼び捨てだったものね、あんたは。
Oh yeah, he never called her Kun. He I think he used to call her Kuonji.
そうだっけよく覚えていないけど、それより何を怒ってるんだ、青崎。
Oh, oh, is she getting jealous?
別に怒ってないわよ。
That's what exactly they're mad. Her response was slightly cold, but also somehow gentle. They approached the halfway point of the mountain path. The night sky appeared more distant as they neared the bottom, and Sojiro continued to stare absentmindedly at the stars. Then, it finally hit her why his behavior had been bothering her since their ascent. She realized he must be feeling nostalgia. He missed the way the stars looked from up in the mountains.
青崎、
He spoke without looking down from the heavens.
一つ聞きたいんだけど、君に後悔はあるのかな？
Sojiro's breath was white in the night air. His hands jammed in his pockets. Akko had the vague feeling somewhere deep inside that he was only a figment of her imagination.
どうしたの？突然そんなこと聞いて。
いいから答えて。
He just wants to know.
君に悔いはあるのかないのかを。
It was a sad thing to be asked. He would be hurt one way or another, no matter how she answered. But he wanted an answer, and so she gave him one.
ないわよ、そんなの。だってそれをしないために今を頑張ってるんだもの。
Yep, that is exactly Aoko.
後悔なんてのはね、宗十郎。するものじゃなくて、なくしていくためにあるものなのよ。
Sojiro grunted in response. He bit his lip and pushed down the flood of emotions that rose up inside him. He waved his hand slightly without actually raising it, as if to shoo away something formless and odorless.
そうか。後悔もなくなるものなのか。
Pain was subtly visible in his face as he spoke, and yet it was so vivid. As much as he wanted to, he did not have the strength to say it aloud. He was not like her, able to speak her mind so readily. Maybe someday. The sky and the darkness were both far away now. The night's grand view, only to be seen this once, he hoped its beauty would remain in his mind forever. But what then of the regrets he had come to hold inside, of the days he had spent that now shone like stars in the sky? Sounds like a music lyric. Would they too be with him forever?
いい空ね。街じゃちょっと見れないな。
Aoko mimicked Sojiro, looking up at the darkness overhead. The stars shone brighter here than in town. The clarity was thanks to the absence of any other lights amidst the darkness. Sojiro stared at her with almost a sense of loathing. As beautiful as the stars were, they were not the real thing. Not
そう
here.
だね。でも、ここでも手は届きそうにない。
They're still too far to ever reach. Sojiro's sudden negativity caused her to turn to him in shock. The anger in his eyes had died down now. Taking a breath, he began to speak as if talking to himself. His gaze never left the stars.
山ではね、青崎。星は本当に手が届きそうなんだ。届かないのは分かっていても、望めばつかめそうなくらい近いのに。都会の星はそう思うことさえ許してくれない。
Yeah, they look so far away. He was speaking of the sky in its purest state. The starry skies of the mountains far exceed those of any urban planetarium. Their movement was like the pouring of rain. He spoke of the primal sky, unchanged from the past. The same sky humans had traced with their fingers since prehistoric times. For him, it was a past to which he could never return, a place to which he did not even know the way back.
今まで目に映るすべてを山と比べていた。こんな場所は本当は嫌いだったんだ。今でも正直馴染めない。でも、いつか比べるのは街になってしまうんだろう。自分はこっちに降りてきてしまったんだから。
He's really moving on. That was his one regret. He lowered his gaze from the stars and turned to Aoko. Her eyes were unusually hesitant and looked slightly hurt. Was it empathy they showed, or pity? Either way, he was the reason for the uncharacteristic look on her face now. He shut his eye and nodded in response to her unspoken question. Yeah, he has regrets.
そうなるのなら、そうなってしまう以上に素晴らしいものを手に入れないといけない。後悔をいつか後悔と思わないために。
There was gratitude in Sojiro's voice as he confessed his feelings. Remnants from the past must one day be released. Loss must be overcome. He had lost it, his everything, the moment she had answered his query.
私の一言でいちいち人生観変えられちゃ身が重いじゃない。
She smiled weakly and averted her eyes as she spoke these hurtful words. Most likely she was being completely honest, and that she was being true to herself.
それで祖父と何を話したの？あの人が他人に興味を持つなんてすごいことよ。
The topic had finally been breached, and yet Sojiro said nothing. An empty reply can be used to buy time. They had nearly reached the flat road at the base of the mountain. The soft earth here would soon give way to the tightly packed dirt of the pass running between the rice fields. But before they got that far, Sojiro came into an abrupt halt. Closing his eyes, he listened carefully. He then gave a firm nod, then turned to face Aoko.
おめでとう、青崎。
Just saying omedetou. She blinked, not knowing what to make of it.
何よ、突然。
Oh, and the music just... Oh, never mind. It was a perfectly natural response. It feels like the timing was intentional. The tension melted from his face as he said, "Ah, the beautiful city." Oh,
新しい年だ。
the new year. He now wore a smile full of joy. Dumbfounded, all Aoko could do was stare back at his calm visage. His surprise attack hit her so hard she thought she could hear the shrine bell and Yashioki ringing in the new year. She had known it was the last day of the year, but had not given it much thought beyond that. And so his succinct words gave her quite the shock. You know, it sucks so much that the AC had to trigger above 84 degrees. As if the girl who believed in the power of the bell all those years ago had come back.
そっか。午前0時でもう新しい年なんだ。
She spoke in a hushed tone as if were shocking news. At the same time, a slight smile crept onto her face. A new year indeed. She recalled the first time she had worn a full-length kimono. How she had been not been particularly uncomfortable or embarrassed, but not especially pretty either. The only pretty thing about her had been the moment she smiled at herself in the mirror. Seeing the warmth in her eyes, Sojiro closed his own in satisfaction. It made him happy. It made him happy to see her like that.
いろいろあったけど、新しい年を君と迎えられてよかった。
Huh. She actually smiled in front of Sojiro. Was it genuine? Or was that sarcasm? With that, he went walking off once more. The thought of Alice waiting alone was probably what spurred him into action. Aoko recalled his words as she walked alongside him. The moment he had declared the start of a new year, the way he had spoken so naturally, it made her suddenly feel like they had known each other for years. She could not be blamed for being filled with happiness at the thought. Oh, she's not denying it anymore. And yet a day would surely come when they would have to say their goodbyes. Until then, however, It would not do any harm to behave as if they were old friends. He was a naive yet incredibly unique young man. As they walked, she wondered how long this fleeting feeling of friendship would last. She looked up wistfully at the sky, just the way Sojiro had done earlier on their walk. Every star was out, without a cloud in the sky. The two strode down the mountain path, beneath stars that lay ever beyond their reach. Takeshi Takuichi? Alright, probably the art style. Well, that was the ending of Witch on the Holy Night. Kinoko Nasu, the official Nasu guy that made the Type Moon stories? Koyama Hirokazu. Thank you, Koyama Hirokazu, for your amazing artworks. Well, that's it. Oh! So that was the epilogue after all. Damn. What an ending. Although, I'm sure there might be some sub-stories here or there. I don't know if the bunny Aoko, the bunny outfit of Aoko is still in this game. Or the penguin suit of Alice. I'm not sure. But hey, we'll see. Haruka Tomatsu. Yusuke Kobayashi. Kana Hanazawa. Wait, Kana Hanazawa sounds familiar. Well, that's it then. That's the ending of Witch on the Holy Night. I gotta say, this some peak story. Overall, I really enjoyed it. It's short, but it made a closing. And yeah. And both Aoko sisters are hot, so I'll admit to that. And so far, Sojiro has been... I'm starting to like the guy. He's become a very decent guy. Oh, look at Alice, sitting on the chair waiting for them. Supercell, ending theme song. Boko Nagi. This is a very nice ending song. Oh. When was the first time I started this stream? Just to watch the entire visual novel. Was it a year? It felt like a year ago. Witch on the Holy Night. Bravo. Thank you for this wonderful story. Relatively short, surprising. Usually visual novels, it could be more in-depth. I don't know, it takes almost more than... And look, they're back home. Not the same old haunted house anymore, thanks to Sojiro. Type Moon. I'm pretty sure there might be some sub-stories I've missed, but I don't know. And back to the main menu story screen. Oh, it's still not far from over? It was on a lazy Sunday morning that I discovered the book. Was this Alice? Was I an intruder? No, adventurer. Either way, I made my way into the forbidden Kuonji Estate Library. The book instantly drew my attention as it looked like it had been intentionally hidden there on the bookshelf. It was large enough to double as a shield, and so it took great effort for me to remove it from the shelf. Flipping through, I realized it was a grimoire of rune magecraft, and the first edition at that. Wait, is this Toko? Surprised as I was by my find, my search came to a halt on the page I'd been looking for. It was a rune for a memory erasure that the Nordic gods had once used on a Valkyrie. For minutes, I simply stared at the page where the rune methodology was laid out. And then finally, I shut the book. I returned it to the shelf in an even harder to detect location than where I'd originally found it. That's when it hit me. I'd seen this book before somewhere. Could this be Aoko's POV? When and where exactly had I seen it, though? Yeah, it was when he first invited me to spend time with him. The girl sitting before me had it in hand at the time. That must have been it. Unable to keep the smile off my face, I decided to put the book back exactly where I'd found it. It would be most difficult to find when mixed in with other books on the shelf. However, out of respect for her gracious efforts, I decided to pretend I'd never seen it at all. I shelved my discovery, so to speak. That's when I heard the shouting of a familiar voice in the main building. Lately, he seemed to have found his calling as a housekeeper, and had taken to cleaning every corner of the mansion. Oh, Sojiro is set on staying. That was all well and good, but there were a few things that were off limits, which neither Alice nor I dared to touch. Yep, this is alcohol, right? He was the type to open things without asking, which put us all in hot water. There had been an uproar when he released the ghost ship that Alice's mother had kept around. Catching that little speed demon known as the Cuddy Sark had been quite the ordeal. I still felt bad for having to rely on that creepy golden wolf for help. Before that, he lifted the seal on the trope of spirits in the basement, which had led to an even creepier pull from the church coming to the mansion for an entire week. What? Going back even further, there was also the time he had adventured unsolicited into Alice's room. Oh no! In the ensuing chaos, I fell into mirror, and we almost ended up in all-out war with Alice. Jesus, what happened? Come to think of it, he really and truly lacked any capacity for learning. She's really getting sick of him. The good mood I'd been in up until that moment was spoiled, and I went dashing out of the library. I imagined coming up the architect of my troubles standing there in the hallway and giving him the swift dropkick to the face he deserved. As far as I was concerned, that would be just another fun day in the mansion. Up off the shelf. And so, our little secret remained hidden on the bookshelf. Or like the top. Likely never to be opened again. She really was dead set on Sojiro staying. The new year. Oh! That was a good story, Mahoyo. Damn, to think that I finished this stream and ending on this. And to end this stream. Oh, such a great story. Well, guess I'll end it here. Who knows, maybe I'll continue on streaming. But I want to. So anyone who watches this, I appreciate your support. Thank you for watching. As depressing as my days go, this has been Nex-oz. I wish you all have a good day, and so am I. And I made one achievement, that I finally finished a stream walkthrough, a stream playthrough of Witch on the Holy Night. You know, just talking to myself actually gives the feeling of a Let's Play session. I don't know. Do all gamers feel that way back then? Before streaming was the norm? But hey, it's how it goes. Anyway, I hope you have had a good day, and so am I. However sad it is, however small it is, however minuscule it is. If you enjoy watching a loser like me, I finished streaming on this. Thank you for watching.